Howdy, carnivores.
Good morning.
Hello, hello, hello.
Howdy, howdy, howdy. We are back for a another fun conversation here on a lovely Sunday. How's your guys' weekend going?
It's going.
Monday morning for me, so I'm still waking up. It's 8
Her
a.m.
weekend's over, huh?
I've got a peppermint tea to get going this morning because it's cold outside.
I
Not very
forget you're in the
summery.
future. I sure wish you'd send me the lottery numbers so we could make this work out.
Oh, wouldn't that be nice? Yeah, definitely. It'd be over on a plane straight away. Come and meet you all.
How was your week? Did you have a big week at the flower shop and stuff again?
Yeah, Valentine's Day, it was crazy. And we did a two all-nighters. We had
Wow.
just my daughter and I just worked in the shop all night, and then the next
Huh?
night we had to go to market and pick up more flowers after Valentine's Day. So I'm still recovering. Like I haven't been that active in such a long time. So I got a lot of exercise in on out my feet all the time, and just pumping out flowers and wrapping roses. Still got thorns in my hands from dethorning all those red roses, but it was amazing. I loved it. So yeah. Mother's Day next. That's in May, so that's even bigger than Valentine's. So it's a good practice run for us.
That'll be a good one for sure.
Yeah,
Man.
and I'll get to work it.
How you doing, Michael?
Doing okay. How about you?
Awesome. Awesome. I'm taking a break from fasting because I was starting to get I was a little choppy in the in my last or in our last live stream last Sunday, and then I found out it was because I was doing a few too many dry fast and that wasn't conducive or conducive with not eating salt. So I finally figured I was a little electrolyte imbalance, but yeah, doing fantastic and excited. I should be getting a CGM here. Oh, I think by next Friday. So that'll be fun. I'm gonna love to play with one of those. You know, it's weird too. So here I am playing with these ketone breath guy. This is like the scales evil twin too, by the way.
It is. Yeah. Yep.
But so I play with that thing, and then so here I am doing all this fasting, 84 hours at a time, and I couldn't get that stupid thing up to, over 20, right? 20 was the maximum I ever seen that thing, and that was like 60s plus hours into, a fast. And so then I just I'm like, okay, I'm done with this. And I just started going by, I figure, okay, somehow I'm spiking my insulin through gluconeogenesis by eating probably too much protein in one sitting. So I start breaking it down. I start having salt again. So I've been eating salt now for 3 days. So I basically made it, I don't know, like 45-ish, 46 days, no salt on the line. And so I started eating salt again, but I decided I'm going to eat the amount of protein that my body seems to want. But instead of eating it in 2 meals, I'm going to break it up into 4. I'm going to make it 3 hours apart. Got fantastic energy out of that. And then I woke up today after doing that also brought my appetite down. And so I just did an OMAD yesterday. But I woke up today with my highest ketone reading ever of 29.
Oh, interesting.
So I don't know what it means yet. And I do know that it means that I can't wait to get a CGM so that I can start tracking this a little bit. But I do think that the brain fog and probably an electrolyte imbalance was causing me a little bit of stress and I wasn't sleeping as good. And so I think it somewhere lies between the sleep and the not spiking the glucose through gluconeogenesis, I'm going to guess, was somewhere in there. But anyhow, so it's great. And then this week, so I was putting on weight slowly as I was doing all this fasting and all this this lion diet. And then I finally break it down to these 4 meals. And then I drop I'm down like 17 pounds now, and obviously it's fluid, right? But in this 3 days, I've dropped 17 pounds of fluid. So something was a stressor that was causing my body to kind of wig out. And I'm not sure what it was. Could have been the dry fast. It could have been just too much fasting, I don't know. But whatever, just by letting it eat and kind of heal, it's intuitive because you're like, I'm eating too much. I should eat less. I should fast more. And then you finally break and you're like, all right, I'm just going to feed it what it wants. And then your body's like, oh, that's what I was looking for.
That's crazy, isn't it? I had a CGM. For Jill, it's a continuous blood glucose monitor or glucose monitor CGM. Yeah, I had it for 2 weeks and I loved it. Everything I'd eat, I'd be checking every 5 minutes, checking the app and seeing all the little reports and the stats. And I was flatlined. Like, we do our levels differently here. So between 4 and 8 is optimal for non-diabetics. And I was like hovering 4.1, 4.2. I spent a lot of time at 3.9. So yeah, it was crazy as. But I loved having it. And I'm going to try and get another one next month. And then I've bought myself one of those keto meters as well, just to give it a try, only because I love guinea pigging myself. So
Right.
just testing it out. But I ate beef, I ate salmon, I did have a bit of chicken, and still my levels were dead straight. No spikes at all. I was like, this is so bizarre.
Right.
Yeah. So I wasn't spiking with beef at all. Maybe I'm not eating enough. I don't know. So it'd be
Right.
nice to see what my ketones say. But I used to have the blood meters for the ketones, and I found that they would never. I'd get like 0.3s, 0.5, really small amounts. I could never get high numbers like most people. So I'm not expecting any big results.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see.
47, Sandra. Oh my gosh. Send some sun over here. It is freezing in Melbourne.
Wow.
Absolutely cold.
Oh, I forget. You guys are talking Celsius. I was like, what's the big deal about 47? But yeah, 47 Celsius.
That's
That's like,
hot.
yeah.
That's hot. Yeah.
We don't get 47s here in Melbourne. Very, very rarely.
For sure. Let's see here.
116 in Fahrenheit.
Well, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, Bliss. Gluconeogenesis. Yes. It is need driven, but also there's a whole lot of data that's coming out now, especially with these CGMs that, your body can only absorb and process so much protein in a certain, like in per meal, basically. And so I'm not sure about this. I'm just suspecting it. And a lot of people say that this is true that have the continuous glucose monitors, that if you eat well past the amount of protein you can absorb in a single sitting, that your body will break it down into glucose and store it after for the excess, and it can cause you to go into that. I definitely think that was the case with me, because if I ate like 3 pounds of beef in a sitting, I would get tired. It would remind me of a sugar coma, like that I used to go into, right? Like I'd want to go take a nap within like 30 minutes. And I'm like, oh, this is an insulin response, But it's all hypothesis with me right now because I don't have the CGM yet, but I cannot wait to find out. But I can tell you that if I take that same 3 pounds and I break it up into 2 or 3 meals, I not only feel I don't have the crash, but have way more energy and it feels great. And that kind of reminds me of what bodybuilders do. They eat 8 meals a day and they just keep breaking up the protein all day in those meals. And I think it's so that they can process it.
Maybe it's hard work for your body processing 1 meal a day.
Yeah.
It takes a lot out of you. So you want a bit of a nap afterwards, whereas breaking it up, it's not as hard.
It could be, but I totally don't understand blood sugar and insulin spikes, because sleep affects it, stress affects it, being sick affects it. If you're working hard or being physical, it affects it. I mean, there's so many things, and we just think of it, we just think of it as what we, a response to what we're eating or whatever, but there's a lot of things that really directly affect it. So I'm trying to I'm looking forward to having something, so I can see, right now this week I've been concentrating on getting more sleep, doing more Wim Hof breathing, uh praying a lot more because that puts me in a good mental spot, and I appreciate that a lot more. So, and putting down my phone, and trying to really mitigate the stress. And I do see that, I mean, for whatever it's worth, that's working with, it's put me in a higher ketosis. So that's good. And weight's coming off again. So that's good. I think, but it could have been a lot of things too. I was working a ton and I had a bunch of stressful projects last, few weeks. And so that could have been it too. I don't know,
Yeah.
but we're gonna keep being guinea pigs the day out there and let you guys, decide for yourself what's going on. I'm just, I really that's what I really like what Dr. Kilt said the other day in the SPG about, you know, you don't want to achieve balance. Your body likes the act, the balancing act of trying to achieve balance because your body likes corrective measures. That's what, keeps you healthy, like stressors. When it's like you're pushing when a big stressor pushes your body out of balance, and so your body becomes, tougher, and it builds strength and immunity to that new stressor, and it tries to balance it out. So your body doesn't actually like being balanced, it likes the balancing act. And I feel like that's why it's so crazy that, if you do anything repetitively, your body gets used to it, and then it becomes, something that tanks your metabolism, or it's, so you got to keep kind of changing it up. And so I'm really starting to see things that way lately. And I'm like, whatever, our body really likes to change and adapt. And it's almost like it likes these workout exercises, It's kind of
Mm.
interesting. Let's see. Everybody's in the chat here with similar meals. Reactions aren't experience. I think it's less of a chance of having more of an insulin response. Yeah. I don't know. I'm going to definitely find out. Find out when that CGM gets here for sure.
Mm. Yeah, I think I've still got my reports on my phone for mine, but I love going back and comparing them to my daughter's. She's type 1 diabetic and her levels are pretty erratic. They're much more in the normal range now since being carnivore.
Right.
But yeah, it's just so interesting to see. Yeah, so I've got all like green bars. This is pretty good. And it also gives you like an estimated HbA1c somewhere. Estimated HbA1c is 4.3 for the 2 weeks. So that's pretty
Nice.
good.
Yeah, for sure.
So, yeah.
There we go. I was that way. I could hardly eat 1 pound of meat when I started, but now I am a pro.
At it. Don't struggle at all, right?
Oh, I get 1 pound of meat stuck in my teeth when I'm done. Let's see
Yeah, no,
here.
I struggle to eat lots too. I
Spike everything
spiked everything doing crazy challenges, cooking chuck early in the morning, then grazing on it all day. I feel way better.
for
Yeah.
sure. Yep. And I don't know. I mean, that this would be like a considered an NSV for me because I was sitting here and I was getting a little frustrated because I'm putting on weight. I'm like having these like down moods, from doing the 84-hour fasting and then having these little insulin spikes or whatever. And so I'm trying to adjust through it. But I was sitting here going, all right, I'm doing one of two things. Either I'm going to stop fasting and just try to eat my way through this and kind of reprime my way through it, or I'm going to do a 40-day fast. My old compulsive me would have definitely jumped on the 40-day fasting because there's something in the human nature that when things aren't going good, you start beating yourself up and you're like, oh, I'm just gonna, suffer my way through it or whatever, and white knuckle it or whatever. And I did that my whole life. That's why I had so many extreme ups and downs. And I was like, well, we did all the extreme thing. Let's try to do the sustainable thing and just try to eat through it
Yeah.
and cut it up into smaller meals and get back the electrolytes that we need and just stop being the compulsive, uh, extreme person that I used to be. And it corrected itself already, or at least it appears to be with the weight that's already come off. And obviously it's fluid, but something was having me hold it on there. So this is working a lot better. It's pretty interesting for whatever it's worth.
Yeah, we're trying very hard. We just want, big results really quickly. We need to slow it down and like we've got the rest of our lives to optimize ourselves. But yeah, I'm just eating intuitively now. I tried to fast and my brain just doesn't want to do it. Somehow I think we're still recovering after the 5-day fast. And God, Michael's got a 21 days, was it, under his belt? So I think it's going to take a little while to recover from that as well.
For sure.
Does.
Absolutely.
So yeah.
Jill, this is an awesome question. She says, so people talk about satiety. I have an issue with that. I don't feel it until I'm full. Now I'm putting on a couple of pounds or tablespoons of Wagyu fat on my meat, hoping that that'll help. I bet that will help for sure eventually, but you got to give that time. But I got to tell you, it's so crazy to talk about that because, well, insulin resistance doesn't give you leptin sensitivity, and leptin sensitivity is the satiety hormone, right? And that was such a foreign thing to me. I cannot ever remember having that in my entire adult life. Like I never had like leptin sensitivity or satiety hormone. We always had to, when we did eat, we were either hungry and just we would almost have like if we ate in the morning. This is why I never liked eating breakfast when I was young. Because if I ate in the morning, I was hungry all day, and we always had to eat until we were stuffed. And now I know that that's a sign of insulin resistance, which everything in my life now that I know what to look for, I was shooting up red flags of insulin resistance my whole life, skin tags, losing hair when I was, I went bald when I was 18 years old, my eyebrows falling out, skin tags, all of these things were just huge red flags of insulin resistance. And also, you don't have leptin sensitivity when you have insulin resistance. So when I got it back through carnivore, it was so weird as it was, it was weird to feel satiated. Like that was such an awkward feeling for me to be satiated without having a full stomach. And it used to be weird to feel an empty, physically empty stomach, but not be hungry. It was messing with my brain there for a while because I'm like, no, this cold, empty feeling in my stomach of it, like an empty pit means hunger, but I'm not hungry all of a sudden. And it's because my body was satiated. So I just would say hang in there and don't, trim down your diet as much as possible and put as much animal fat back in, eat like 70%, fat calories to protein calories and, start from there, maybe even 80% and start there until you get your hormones kind of rebalanced and you get your insulin down. Then you'll get leptin sensitivity back. And that's like a true game changer. It was for me for sure. And until you get your satiation, it's fine to eat until you're full. Just do it with 80% fat and just keep doing that. And eventually it'll heal up. I really truly believe that it did for me and it was incredible. What do you think,
Mm.
Lindy?
God, I used to eat with my brain. Like I just couldn't turn that switch off. It was always looking for more. And like even if I did eat past what I was comfortably feeling, in half an hour, my brain was searching for something else. It was like that was my issue. So I don't think I was really ever had the satiety signals at all.
Right?
Yeah, it wasn't until I got this off switch and now I kind of understand what has been missing all my life. So yeah, yeah, it is a hard one and it does happen. It will happen. Just keep going.
For sure.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Blue is my favorite color. And yeah, I always wear black because it's slimming. So people don't see me. But I'm trying to add a bit more color into my wardrobe. But it's hard work. Yeah.
Oh, you got fans of the blue. How did Todd get a CGM? I'd like to try one of these for learning purposes, but I don't know how to get one free or cheap. I don't know any way to get one free. If you have insurance and you have diabetes or hypoglycemia, you can get one cheap through insurance. If not, you can get one. You got to get a prescription. You can get one for, I guess it would be elective purposes, just for you, just because you want one. You can get them, but they're not cheap that way. They're anywhere from 2 to 4. Well, really 3 to 400 a month is what I'm seeing. So they're not super cheap, but um, I'm just gonna make room for it in the budget because I really want to know. So
Yeah.
I wish I would have done it when I was insulin resistant. I got it cheap, but now I'm too healthy to get it cheap. So it's funny. Yeah, more standard American diet propaganda nonsense.
Hi, Laura. Nice to
Howdy,
see
howdy.
you.
Very nice
Yay.
to see you. Let's see.
I've noticed that eating more protein, leaner, and having multiple meals, my blood glucose is way more stable. Even my morning glucose is better. Yeah. I found that with my CGM that my dawn sort of effect, it was hardly a blip. Like I am obviously definitely flatlined. I'm like, am I alive? Like my blood glucose isn't really changing at all.
For
So
sure. Yeah, I don't know. I think I actually feel like my blood. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I'm gonna have to
no.
see. It's too hard without having the information because I feel like my cravings are generally for less fat. Like I like leaner protein. But I do feel like if I have too much lean protein, I definitely get a insulin spike. So I don't know. It's hard to tell. I've been forcing
Yeah.
the fat down, but it's
You're gonna love it when you get it. It's just gonna throw everything that you thought out the window.
yep,
Yeah.
for
So I'm looking
sure.
forward to getting my keto meter to see what that's doing.
Yeah. I do want to see it. And it's fun. Like I don't know. I got to be careful because I tend to get too into those things and then I obsess about it and then it becomes a new little I don't know. You can almost get, you know, lose the forest for the trees type of thing when you start looking at all of these things. You get too locked into putting meaning into things that are, you know, I even with the CGM, maybe I'll never understand exactly everything that spikes my insulin or whatever, but hopefully I can learn more about it to mitigate stress and figure out if it's the stress causing, if it's the work stress, if it's sleep, if it's blue screens, if it's lean protein, if it may be the time I'm eating, or whatever. I want to start tracking it because it's really the only thing I'm down to. I'm only eating ribeyes, water, and some salt right now, and some Tabasco hot sauce. That's literally the only four things that I put in my body right now. So it's like I got to figure, there's something else at play here.
Well, the CGM I had, it only lasts 2 weeks, and then you have to replace it, and so for that price, I can't afford to keep doing it, but it's good to do as a once off or every now and then just to check on things, but definitely couldn't afford to do it all the time. So I think that's gonna save me. It's not gonna become an addiction as such to be
Right.
monitoring levels all the time.
Did I start making the sausage yet? I want to learn. Have not yet. So I believe on Monday, my sausage making tables are going to be here and I get to set that up. And then I believe that the following week, my meat grinders, because I have an old one and I could use it, but I, of course, wanted an excuse to get a nice fancy one. So I got a new fancy meat grinder coming uh, and even slicer in case I want to, and a dehydrator. So those are coming. So I'll probably be making videos of those starting in about 2 weeks or so when I get a little bit of time. And well, maybe not. I probably won't. I'm probably going to make some sausage first. I don't want to videotape a disaster. So get 2 rounds under my belt, and then once I can look like I know what I'm doing and not be embarrassing on film, creating a disaster, then I will I'll definitely be making some videos and showing you guys at least what I think tastes good, anyways, at the time. But definitely be putting that out there. Oh, these are my new friends from Sean Baker's group I met, and so in the forum. Yeah, it's very. Thank you for
Yay.
coming.
Hi,
Hello.
welcome.
Let's see. For sure, Bliss. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, just take time. Just what's Dr. Berry say? You need that pea hormone patience.
For sure. Yeah, yeah. That's what Ken Berry told me when I was like, dude, what should I do next? And he's like, you need vitamin P. And I'm like, what's vitamin P? He's like, patience. You only been doing it for 13 months and you already lost 260 pounds. Your body's going through a lot. And I'm like, I've got goals, Ken. And
I really, yeah, go on, sorry.
but he's right.
Yeah.
That is the thing I'm trying to do is stop being the little mantic person that I used to be, where I always had to do some big extravagant, one ditch or the other move, and just kind of just, enjoy this ride. And so he's right for sure.
Yeah. I think I'm slowing down now. Like right at the start, I wanted results yesterday. Like it couldn't happen fast enough. But now it's just like, oh, whatever, just keep doing what I'm doing, keep consistent. I'll get there eventually. Like I'm not in any rush anymore. So it's like my whole life has slowed down. I'm not stressed anymore.
For sure.
I'm really curious about insulin spikes with protein, amount of protein, and ratio of protein to fat. Curious about all of it. Yeah, that's where the CGM was really good for me. No matter what I ate, I just flatlined. So I haven't, yeah, whether I try to eat carbs just to see what it does, I don't think I'd even go there. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's
I think that I must spike very easily, is what I think. And that's why I think I think that I swear that even the speed that I eat at can cause a spike. I'm going to be playing around with a lot of those things. And maybe,
mm,
when you watch some of these channels, and this is a good point, there are YouTube channels out there where people wear the CGMs and they take requests from people, and every day they do one test on one type of food. And not only do they do tests on the type of food that they eat, and it's kind of anecdotal because it's not going to be the same for everybody, but at least
Right.
you get a
mm,
baseline on them. And so you can see what it's like for them. And then there's other people doing it. But they basically take requests from people and you'll say, hey, I want you to eat blueberries and test it. And they'll do that and they'll show you what the results were. And then then not only that, but they'll be like, okay, I'm going to have avocado first and then I'm going to have blueberries. And then they'll show, because the order that you eat food actually does mitigate insulin spikes. So if you put a bunch of protein and fat in your stomach before you eat a carbohydrate or something that would generally spike your insulin, it's going to make it a lot lower. So I wonder, when I'm eating steaks, if I should eat all the fat first and let that sit in there for 10 minutes or something and then eat the protein, if that would help. Just little things I'm going to start playing with. And I don't know, it'll be kind of fun. It'll be like a insulin Lego set. Start building data and see what you can kind of create out of it.
You should make some like what I eat in a day videos and then what the experiments that you're trying and record your CGM and show your
I will, just
results.
because it'll be good for my own
Hmm.
knowledge that I can go back and just remember
Yeah,
it.
sounds good.
For sure.
There are some insurance programs that provide a free CGM. I did a program like that. I got 3 and cycled them like one on and then one off. Awesome.
Nice. I have not gotten mine yet, so I don't know. It's whatever I'm getting a prescription for and whatever CVS has.
I think mine was called a Libra Link. I don't know. There's an icon there, Libra Link.
Nice.
So, yeah. And it's super easy to use. My daughter actually put it on me because I had no idea. So I took it to her, and I've got a little video. So I might make a little short out of it. And yeah, it shows you how to put it on and how to sync all the app. But I'll have to get around to doing that.
Shout out to Who's Your Carnivore, Brett. Appreciate you coming in, Brett. Definitely, guys, check out Brett's
Hi.
channel. He's got an awesome channel. He's growing. Yeah, it's funny. Me and my new friend Charlie here were actually talking about that. I think yesterday about kind of the definition of addiction because I was saying, you know, some people say once an addict, always an addict, and I, I used to think that was true, but being that I had so many failed attempts of not being a sugar addict and gambling addict and all these things, and now that I'm free from it, I don't actually think that's true anymore. I feel like I am free, but also we were talking about the definition of addiction, and I was like, yeah, I do use that because I do say I'm addicted to feeling good now. I'm addicted to feeling like the carnivore energy and addicted to basically eating the right things and addicted to the process and losing the weight. And so yeah, but absolutely I do think that it's important, just like that, like you're saying there, Jill, to have new positive addictions that have like a positive equity, to them rather than just letting some more negative bad habits or whatever fill in. That's definitely been one of my favorite strategies now when I take something away. Like I'm going to be excited this week. This week I ordered the Alpha Brain supplement. I just want to try it. It's Joe Rogan's brain supplement that they're always talking about. And my smelling salts are coming in this week because I used to chew Copenhagen, drink energy drinks, eat sugar, gamble, do all these things back in the day. And I was used to all these uppers. And now I'm really happy not having any of those addictions or any of those compulsive, problems. But also I do miss having some kind of an upper. So I was like, well, I'll try to replace it with Alpha Brain and with the smelling salts and the Wim Hof and the vitamin B and B1 and B12, because that's what I use right now for just like a little pick me up. And it's like I'm hoping a healthier habit to get addicted.
Mm.
So I'll see how that goes. I definitely going to have to show you guys these smelling salts if they really work or not. That's going to be funny.
And I guess there's always that fear of going back to how we were, that old life that keeps me from not sort of spiraling back. Like I just think of myself and my life sitting on the couch and not being able to walk up and down the hall, or all of my personal things that I just couldn't do. I don't ever want that back. So,
For sure.
yeah, to say it's a new addiction to wanna be healthy and optimized, it's just, where do you draw the line? There's always somebody that's gonna pick on you for something. It's like, just be happy.
For sure.
As much as I'd love to have a CGM out of curiosity, it's probably better I don't get one. I would be checking it 100 times a day and driving myself crazy. Yep.
That's what I'm saying. I know what you mean. Like, first it was the scale, right? You get on the scale every morning, and then kick that scale. I'll tell you what, I'm about to send my scale back to FedEx because I think this latest one is broken there for a while. And so you start cussing at them. And then I got this ketone reader. This was just like the scale. And now I'm going to have the CGM, but it's like all within balance. And just, what I'm really finding is that I love the carnivore confidence and calm allows me just to look at things more analytically. I'm not going to lie. Where I really get in trouble is when I make all these hard and set plans. Like I forget who reminded me of that the other day, but they said, if you want to make God laugh, tell him your plans, that's that's the way I think about it, because the things that make me compulsive about looking at the scale and looking at the or the ketone breathalyzer thing here is if I make plans and things aren't going to as my plans, or if I'm not going at a pace that I feel I should be going at, then I start monkeying with things and tweaking things because I get a little impatient. And it's just funny. That's why I'm going back to just kind of surrendering to trying to listen to my body, listen to my spirit, just kind of do those things that way. and not put my head so much into it and being all crazy about it. So I definitely hear you there.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I got no plans on worrying about all that stuff. I think you just you overcomplicate stuff and just let your body just do what it wants to do. And
Absolutely. I agree, Michael. We're getting a little we do that. I don't know, maybe it's human nature or something, but we drive ourselves nuts, but that's a wise decision, I believe too.
Well, I guess at the start, we couldn't even get a weight because it was just ERR, ERR, but now I'm excited by numbers. So, but I don't stress over them. I see the weight, my scales go up and down daily, and I know that's just fluid. It's just I'm working out a little bit more, and so muscle weighs, yeah, more than fat and takes up less room as well. I know that. So I've learnt a lot, and it doesn't phase me now. Just look at the numbers. I like to see patterns, see what's happening, you know?
For sure.
Yeah, I don't care what the numbers are really, but I just like to just interested to see what happens. What happens
Absolutely.
when things change up. Yeah.
For sure.
Hmm.
Let's see. Todd, I have my fattest meat early in the day and get leaner towards the end of the day or end of my eating. Or I may mix lean cuts with the fattier cuts. Again, multiple meals helps me, and I stop eating by 4 p.m. Absolutely. Um, yeah, that's interesting. You eat your fattier once in the day. I should I'm just eating ribeye the whole time, but it'd be kind of funny. I could start cutting up those ribeyes, um, and cutting the fat off of them, and then I could vacuum seal fat bags of fat, and then have the lean chunks of meat, and then I could more compartmentalize how I want to eat those. Like I could eat fat earlier in the meal or earlier in the day, and I could weigh it out a little better if I wanted to be exact with it. That might be what I start doing.
I wore a Garmin watch 4 months and learned a lot about my heart and variability and lack of ability to deal with stress as well. These devices can teach a lot. Watch initiated my skin taking a break. I irritated my skin taking a break. Yeah, it's a big investment to get one of those watches, and I wouldn't wanna have it on 24/7 either, so that's probably a good thing to have a break. Yeah.
For sure. Let's see. Hopefully it'll be a success, Sarah. It might be a disaster for a while, but we'll get it narrowed in. What I want to play with too is, I'm not a I don't know, maybe I'm not the most purest carnivore purist person or whatever. I really look at carnivore as an elimination diet, and then you put things back in and one at a time to where you can really see the cause and effects of the things that you're adding back in. And then if it's got a negative effect, you just write it off, and there's even a case to be made of maybe it's got a slight negative effect, but it also might have a positive effect. Maybe it keeps you carnivore, maybe it makes you happy, maybe it makes your diet more sustainable for you, and the negative isn't that negative and the positive is outweighs the negative. That could be too, everybody's gonna have to make their own decision. But with that being said, I noticed that if I can get dried peppers or certain dried spices and I rehydrate them and I take the pulp only and I leave the skin and I leave the seeds and I leave all those things that are high in oxalates, those things don't seem to have a bad effect on me. Like I can't have pepper though, black pepper, because the skins of the peppercorn cause me problems and more oxalates and those things. So I want to play with the spices too. So what I'm saying is I want to get, instead of buying these crappy pre-made ground spices, I get real paranoid when it comes to things that are pre-processed, pre-ground. So you don't know what they're putting in it for filler. And you can
Yep.
almost be assured that they're putting something in it to make it, to make more money, to make more profit on it. They're cutting it with something there's filler and stuff.
Yep.
And we find like, so what I want to start doing is dehydrating my own peppers and then killing the oxalates and then rehydrating them, take the seeds out, rehydrate them, and then take the meat only of the pepper and use that to spice the sausages. So that's what I'm going to play with. I'm going to try to get organic peppers. That way they're one ingredient. There's nothing else in it. I know what's there. Then dehydrate it, and get rid of the skin, get rid of the seeds, dehydrate it. And then I can turn it into powder form, or I can rehydrate it and turn it into like a consomme or whatever and start using that in sausages and like brisket chilies and those sorts of things. So that's kind of what I want to start playing with and see one at a time if it's going to cause me to have an inflammation response, if it's going to cause me to hold on to any fluid, if I'm going to start seeing double, get disaster pants, any of those things, and see what happens. And then if it's safe for me, hopefully it'll be safe for other people. So that's what I'm thinking. That'd be kind of
Gosh,
fun.
I
You know,
admire you. That sounds like so much work that I don't want to do.
sounds fun to me.
So,
you know,
no.
well, I'm definitely gonna try it, and then I'll just dry them out and send them to you, and then you don't have to do the work. You can just eat the peppers.
Yeah, it's gonna ask to deliver.
There we go.
Did any of you cooks out there find you had too much time on your hands after going carnivore? It takes so little time to cook meat. Yeah, I have so much more time now that I don't have to cook for the family. We just pop our steak in the air fryer, done. And my daughter now looks after herself, so they're very lucky.
Save time, but you can also start getting fancy, right? Because you can start honing your skills to be to make like the best meat you can possibly make. Like just make it crazy good. And play with some things that are within carnivore. Because the trick is to I love Chris cooking Nashville. I get it. I love his stuff, but the problem is his stuff is still like hyper palatable and kind of processed, right? It's not, he processed himself. I get leery when food has too many ingredients in it. I really don't know if you can put protein and fat in your stomach and then put carbohydrates in there and cause your body to not have an insulin spike. That means that the ratio and the order in which you ingredients hit your stomach seems to kind of confuse your stomach, or at least be able to manipulate your digestion process and what is absorbed. So I don't think we can fully understand what happens when we put 15 or 20 ingredients together in this crazy metabolic soup and then eat it. We don't really know what it's going to do. And I think that
Mm.
part of that's our problem. I don't think we're I don't think we're so much meant to even if they're healthy things individually, I don't think we're meant to pulverize them and then mix them together and turn them. It's like it's like you're twisting uh, oh, what's the word for it? Uh, you know, I mean, you're twisting and you're kind of diluting or confusing these foods to where I don't know that our stomach can recognize them necessarily, or it has a weird reaction to them. So I get nervous when I see that much. That's why I like to do stuff with little ingredients, like just a little bit of smoke.
Keep it simple. Yeah.
Yeah, try to keep
Yeah.
it down to as few of whole items as you can. And that's why I like the idea of having one or two peppers, but just having just that one ingredient, and not get too crazy with it. Cause I think we can even just do too much, keto stuff, carnivore stuff. I think the same thing when I see people are like, we're going to make carnivore pasta out of dehydrated egg proteins and xanthan gum and gelatin and all this stuff. And I'm like, that sounds like you took what used to be food and you just turned it into something that's not food anymore.
Yeah. That,
So,
the Cooking with Chris on Nashville, like, I've only watched his channel a couple of times. He actually had a cheese and macaroni, carnivore cheese and mac, and o
Seen that.
obviously, that's one of my favorites. I'm like, "Geez, I could go one of those," but, like, I couldn't sit and eat one bowl of that. I'd eat the whole pot, covered in bacon and meat. Dairy for me is no good. they flare up my lymphedema and get the swelling happening. And but geez, and it's just mimicking those comfort foods. So I know that would just be deadly for me to even think about it. So, but if you've got a family and kids, maybe that'll be good in that kind of situation, or if you can moderate your food. But for someone like me, this is dangerous to even think or even look at the recipes. Stay away.
I'm gonna let my uncle know, Sarah, because that'll make him feel better 30 years later or whatever it was. But for sure, no, I definitely will, because that's funny.
I have tune knobs flat out and up.
Exactly. My throttle gets stuck quite frequently. That's a fact. Let's see here.
I've got a crazy topic suggestion. I heard Dr. Berry talking yesterday about how there are some animals he won't eat, and his line that everything had to do with animal intelligence. Continued next comment. Yeah, I saw that was with Kerry from Homestead How he was talking about that. I think there's another second part to that previous one. Was that it?
Yes, is it her?
Oh, sorry. First time over. Disagreed with Dr. Berry. All animals are incredibly intelligent, and more you learn about them. I remembered the story of the plane crash in the Andes where survivors are dead. 8 dead.
Was the
Yeah,
Olympic
the
team.
8. Yeah, I watched that as well. That was confronting. Yeah, they ate the dead passengers, and one of them was a mother as well. It was like, could you eat a mum? Mm.
I gotcha. Ate the dead. I was processing all that. Yeah, I don't know. I think there's a line that I draw, and it is at eating people. I think I would just go home to the Lord before I ate a person. I'm gonna put that out there
Yeah.
right now. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I really believe that there is something to eating ruminant animals. I believe, yeah, this comes from my faith, but I believe that we're supposed to eat animals with that are ruminant animals that chew a cud, have multiple, split hooves and multiple stomachs and chew a cud and all, that whole thing. I believe that's what we're supposed to eat. And we're supposed to eat certain types of fish and things. I believe that. I don't think, you know, I don't think we're supposed to eat all animals. I don't think they're all on the, it's kind of why I don't eat a bunch of seafood. I like shrimp and lobster. Yeah, they're kind of garbage. Like they eat crap off the bottom of the ocean. I don't know if I'm supposed to be eating those. I don't think
Agree.
so. But that's why I keep it simple. I mean, I've only eaten ribeyes for the last 31, 49 days now. So,
Yeah.
keeping it.
No, I'd rather just fast and fade away than eat a human or a dog or a horse or
Yeah, exactly. It's
yeah,
like,
no.
well, we had a good run, boys. We're going.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
I
not going to
think
be eating Joe.
no, can't do it. Wouldn't do it.
Let's see here.
Yeah.
Smelling salts are ammonia. Okay.
Yeah, be careful with that.
Okay. I definitely will. I'm only going to do it like once or twice a day, but I really want to see what they're all about because everybody's like, whoa, those are, they get a brain rush from it. So, like you really wakes up your brain. So,
It does, yeah.
I was vegetarian vegan most of my life, and now I raise my own meat on my farm, and I see no problem eating human meat in survival situation like those plane crash survivors. I know others won't agree. Only because I don't like to harvest anything like that. And I
say
think,
that you live. It's okay.
hey,
Say that you ate them and you lived. Do you want to go your whole life knowing what Joe's butt cheek tastes like? So let's get that out there, put X, Y, and Z there. I don't want to have to live knowing what my good buddy Joe takes to like, you know what I mean? Then what do you do if you liked it? You do.
Yeah.
He,
You
he
gotta
tastes like
anchor for,
chicken, huh?
yeah, for anchoring for people meat. No, I'm just gonna go ahead and just call her a day. There's worse things than dying, and I'm gonna put that at the top of the list.
I'm definitely a city girl. I like to just go to the butcher or have my meat delivered to my home in little packets, yeah, without a name on it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We're gonna do a speed round of comments because you guys are doing awesome in the comment section. I don't want to miss anybody.
Exactly. I have pigs, cows, sheep, goats, and donkeys. I want a donkey. Turkeys, chickens, geese, dogs, and cats. They all have smarts. Chicken, in fact, are smarter than dogs in many measures. Yeah,
That
my daughter used to have chickens, and they used to come and sit on her lap. They'd have cuddles, like a
chickens
chicken.
are very smart, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, moving along.
Sorry, I'll get you to read that. I'm going to sneeze in.
Okay. Yeah, it says anyway, interesting topic of discussion. First off, why is it okay to eat meat? I don't think intelligence has anything to do with it. It's just the natural order, in my own opinion, or in my honest opinion. And then to do. Here we go. Oh no, I did a to do. You eat human flesh in a survival situation. Yeah, exactly.
It's a mental thing for me. I couldn't do it.
Like lean beef raw and fatty beef cooked. Yes. Let's see, that's that then. Hey, Arlene.
Hi, Arlene. There are two things that got me started eating meat when my health was failing after 32 years vegetarianism. First, a very impacted developmental disabilities. Boy, I worked with loved meat. Sorry, I need to put my glasses on, I think. When it comes to spices, I extra selective at this point.
Sure.
Yeah.
Hey, DC, there he is. How are you doing, DC? We're doing fantastic. I added half a chopped raw onion with my ribeye a couple of days ago without a word of a lie. 30 minutes later, my knees started aching, then my hips, and then ankles. Lesson learned. Absolutely. I've had a few deals like that with black pepper. Like I took away the black pepper and then I ordered some bacon and it was peppered bacon. And I ate that peppered bacon and my lungs sound like bagpipes after eating a couple slices. That I couldn't believe it.
It's amazing, isn't it? How
Wow.
fast it affects you.
Mhm.
I watched him tear
I
the
watched.
flesh off salmon and the meat he craved. I saw that he sensed his brain needed it. I wondered if it would help me too.
Huh. I don't know. I'm home from visiting my sister. I ate the sad diet 2 days in a row. That third day, I could have eaten a whole bag of sugar. The cravings were ridiculous, and I realized I realized it. So
Now I'm
I'm
back on
now back.
track.
Yeah, there we go. I'm glad to be back with you there. Oh, sorry. There we go.
Yeah, it's just so important to jump back straight on the wagon, isn't it?
It is.
Hi, Deb.
Yeah,
Yeah,
get back
don't let
in
it spiral out of control.
for sure. Get back in back in the back in the good track.
And sitting with me, my hens, I knew if I passed, they would eat me. They love meat, it helps them thrive. And I thought they deserved to thrive. That's how I made peace with eating meat. Good point. Yeah. I think there was a movie where somebody guy and the dog started eating the guy or something. Sort of like a Stephen King film.
For sure.
That was yeah, 'cause he was hungry, I guess.
For sure. I hope you don't think I was picking on you, Todd. I have a huge addictive personality. I would be looking at the monitor every half hour, looking forward to seeing your result. No, not at all. And you bring up a very valid point. No, I'm definitely that kind of. But in the past, I was that kind of compulsive person. This will be a fun. So me and Lindy are working on a kind of a call at SBG about abstainers versus moderators. And this is one thing that I've been thinking of because I've said this many, many times, but most of my compulsive proclivities or whatever you might call it have healed up. Like it really did heal up with this diet. So like, you know, nicotine, gambling, caffeine, sugar, eating, eating too much, whatever, all those things that used to plague me and control me, they seem to have all went away. And I really think that most of it had to do something with anxiety because that seemed to always been the trigger for all of those things. But it's all gone. And I was sitting here going, I find that I was definitely an abstainer. That was what made me successful. But now I actually have moderation abilities. Like when you heal and you kind of get freed from being so compulsive and kind of I don't know manipulated or plagued by this anxiety ridden irritation all the time. You gain a strength of being able to moderate and just I don't know. It's like I really don't think I would go off. Like I would never go drink a 12 pack of soda again. It would never be my thing. In fact, I doubt that I'll ever drink a single soda again in my life. I mean, these are the closest things I get to it, which are these bubbly
Right.
sparkling waters. But I don't think I'll ever do that again because sugar's still incredibly addictive and you can get re-addicted to things. But I don't think that I'm still an addict anymore. And I think because those things that I don't play with, the things that I do deal with now that are healthy and seem to have a positive benefit, I think I don't, like take dairy, right? I don't eat dairy most of the time because dairy is a little bit of inflammatory food. It's a stalling food. It'll make me put on a little bit of fluid. But I don't have a problem having dairy like on Christmas or whatever, if I want to throw a little cheese or sour cream in something. But I don't have any problem stopping it. I don't have a problem moderating those things now. Even on portion size of meat, I'm trying to listen to my body. So I'm eating, between 4, 5, 6, 7 pounds of meat sometimes if that's what my body wants. But if I want to at any given time, I can say, I'm not eating today. I can go on a 5-day fast now. I can do all these things and it's not a problem. So I think that we do gain the ability to be abstainers. And so, but I, I definitely feel you on the old, mental habit of just having to check those things. That was 110% me. In fact, probably the last bad habit I have to crack is social media. I'm on so many different like social media things now with what we're doing here that I find myself checking that stuff too much. And I'm like, I got to put away the phone. I don't need to be doing this stuff at 9 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
Let's see here. There's Hooser. Hey, Brett.
What all did you have? Glad to hear you're back on track.
Oh, did I
Oh,
miss
okay.
I might have missed. I was bringing that other one up. Brett's, I think I missed your comment, but you said something about, did I eat all that meat yet? And no, I've only eaten about half of that pile of ribeyes, but I'm working on the other half for sure this week. It does go by quicker than you think, doesn't it? I saw your huge tomahawks, Brett. Those things looked amazing. Gosh, I wanted those things. Let's see. I'm going through here. All right, there's one.
What's this about using chlorine dioxide solution? Did we miss something?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to go back and see if I missed something.
I didn't see anything.
Looking too, I don't see anything. I don't know. Maybe Arlene, can you follow up with us on that? I'm not sure.
I hope I never eat human meat. I just was shocked at the realization the other day. I disagreed with Dr. Berry's line of reasoning. Usually agree. Yeah.
I mean, never to go camping with you, Sarah.
I do watch
Lost.
those survival shows. You see Bear Grylls eating rats and insects and things like that. And I'm just like, no, I think I'd rather eat a plant, honestly.
If we got lost, Sarah would be putting salt and pepper on me.
Yes, don't go to sleep.
Like, why do I feel like I'm being seasoned?
Chickens won't eat beyond beef. That makes them smarter than vegans.
I think that's a valid and scientific point you've made there, DC. Here we go. One for Michael.
Yeah, there's no need for that.
Oh, thank you. That's awesome.
No need. No, I appreciate it, and I responded.
Oh, sorry, Michael. I'm just going through these, but
I ate Chinese in a sandwich with real bread. I hurt all over now, but tomorrow will be better. Oh, yeah, it's a bit rough, isn't it?
yeah,
It's a good reminder, though, every now and then, if you do have that cheat, to see how food reacts. And yeah,
for sure.
but
Let's see, Sarah. I think we're starting to get caught up.
Todd, if we agree ahead of time, I promise not to eat you. It's a spiritual belief, and everyone's different. But personally, I think once you're dead, your soul has moved on, and eating meat would be okay. Yeah, it's just getting over that mindset, and I would struggle with that. Yeah, but who knows? Like, unless you're in that situation, God knows what you're gonna do. No idea.
I was trying to figure out what you meant, but yeah, I get the joke now for sure. Yeah, I am the ribeye of human meat. No, I absolutely no. I get the argument for sure. I couldn't do it. Yeah, no, no worries. I like those extreme thought experiments, especially. Well, that's why I love Jordan Peterson. You know that. If we all don't keep our spiritual and moral bearings, we could all be the type of people that would pull the lever in Nazi Germany on the furnace. You know what I mean? Like we all have, it's our decisions and our our life walk that kind of, because everybody has that possibility for evil in them. Let's see.
Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. I'm like a ribeye stuffed with ribeye.
You're gonna have to go in a hiding, Todd. Everyone wants a piece of you.
They're coming for you.
Chlorine detox in the water treatment process. Yeah, I'm so happy I don't live off city water. I'm off well water. Yes, sir. Another Jordan Peterson fan.
Interview with Chris Palmer was amazing. I've heard
Read.
the name Chris Palmer, but do you know who he is?
I forget the guys. Let me pull him up again.
Google University. Here we come.
Yeah.
There's
Dr.
quite
Chris Palmer.
a few of them.
Well, I believe he's the metabolic doctor.
He treats his psychiatry patient with keto.
Yep. Let's see here. Oh. For sure. I hope so too.
There's actually quite a few movies where they eat humans, and yeah, I find them all disturbing, but I'm kind of addicted to them at the same time, which I guess makes me really weird.
I don't know.
I'm gonna post that link for
Hey, Jay. Thank you very
Hey,
much, man.
Jay. If I ever have to eat people, it would be the vegans first, since they should taste similar to cows since they eat the same crap.
And it would be ironic. That's funny.
Uh, okay, Carnivore did a 12-minute video with Dr. Peterson Palmer interview. Great.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Definitely check that out. I like it. Carnivore. He's a good dude.
Yeah, his videos are awesome. Puts so much work into them.
He does. He does a great job.
If I die and you are starving, you have permission to eat you. Oh, that movie was so. I still think about it. It's just bizarre.
Yeah, a little weird. But this is a little bit of a grim topic, so should we open up the chat and see if some people want to come and say hi?
Yeah, sure. Sounds great.
All right, guys, here we come. Hop on in. Say hello
Sarah.
if you want to.
Sarah gave her chickens permission to eat her as well. Oh dear.
Whoops.
Who would have thought my Monday morning would be about this?
Great.
I saw that, Sandra, but this lady used it for a short time with vitamin C and exercise to get her mitochondria to work better. Okay, not sure what that's in reference to.
Papua New Guinea cannibals turned into zombies. That's interesting. That might be a reason. But were they eating vegans or eating other cannibals? Exactly, Bliss. Exactly. Oh, that's funny.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I did a Dave Mack interview last week as well. I think it came out last Friday. Did you guys see it?
Oh, I didn't see
Yeah.
it. Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Let's see.
So
Has anyone found that as they lost weight, they wanted to eat more? Yes. I was eating 1.25 pounds of meat a day when I was my first 7 months on carnivore, but my metabolism, I was way under eating and I didn't know it at the time. And now I'm eating like I can maintain at 6 pounds of meat a day. I gain a little at 7 pounds of meat a day, and I lose at 5 pounds of meat a day. So I'm eating exponentially more beef now. How about you, Lindy?
I don't find I'm eating more. because I've still got that like band restriction, so it's difficult to eat lots anyway. But yeah, I tend to undereat, I think, more than anything, and then I have to make a conscious effort to do a little prime. So like
Well,
eat lots of little meals throughout the day. Yeah, every couple of weeks I need to do a prime and top myself up. But I'd love to be able to sit down and eat one of your ribeyes, but I just don't think I could physically. It's
Yeah.
impossible, which is a real pain. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Hmm. How about you, Michael?
no, I noticed that I eat about the same.
About the
If
same.
anything, I eat less, and then I have to force myself to try to eat more to get.
Well, and that's the way I was the first 7 months. But one thing that happened to me too, though, which I don't always factor in as much as I should. When I first started and I was eating a pound and a half of meat, I was stuck in a chair. I was stuck in a recliner, couldn't move. Now I'm lifting weights and walking on the treadmill every day, and like I'm completely mobile. Like I am 10,000% more
Well,
mobile and do exert more energy. So it's like I have to make concessions for that. I was a vegetable basically in a chair before, and now
Yeah.
I'm on my feet, and moving around like all day, and actually working out. Not I have a long way to go, and I can't wait till I'm doing more and more things, and I look forward to it. But at the same time, I'm exponentially more, moving more, and I forget to take that into consideration as my weight's coming down. I think, oh, I don't want to, my old mind used to think, oh, don't eat more meat, but the requirement on my body's a lot more.
right.
And, after joining SPG and finding out my real problem was malnourishment, not eating too much, and that I needed to, give my body what it needed to heal. That's made a huge difference. Let's see. Exactly. I believe that for sure. No, this is I don't know. No. No, it's not even remotely full. That's the exact difference is that when you eat meat, your body absorbs it all. You know? You don't there's very little waste. You want to plug up your septic, eat 2 pounds of Taco Bell. That's going straight to the,
Yeah,
know?
comes right out.
Yeah.
I ordered a smartwatch to monitor my sleep. Oh, interesting.
Nice. For sure.
I just roll over and asked my husband, "Did I snore last night?" And he was like, "No, you're right." And I'm like, "Okay, I've slept well then."
Exactly. Charlie, that is one of my dad's favorite old jokes.
That's good.
uh
Okay.
uh I've always been fascinated imagining different situations like in war when a soldier says you can live or if you shoot a loved one. Yeah, right. Silly stuff. And that's what what Jordan Peterson talks about all the time is that, if you don't have a real grounded worldview and belief system and moral system, you know, you can be talked into that stuff that it's likely that 70% of the people would be talked into that stuff. That's what's scary about it, and that's why communism is so scary. Got to watch out for it.
I ate more. I could barely get in 8 to 10 ounces when I started. Now I have about 2 pounds. I like Todd. I'm like Todd. I'm active.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah, it's makes a difference for sure, and I mean it's a good thing. Mainly I console myself with like out of all the things that I thought I was going to have to worry about, worrying about eating too much meat, like just ribeye was never one of them. I was always worried about drinking too many sodas, getting too much sugar, eating too much pizza or whatever. Those are like, as long as my body just wants meat, I don't really feel like telling it no ever anymore, because it's smarter than me. Oh, it knows what it needs.
Yeah. Yay, Beth. Hi from Toronto, Canada.
Howdy.
Yay.
Neighbors to the north.
That's on my bucket list. I'd love to go to Canada one day.
That'd be fun. We gotta go see Jordan
Mm.
Peterson. Go to Canada.
Is he? I thought he was in Texas.
What's that?
I thought he was in Texas.
No, Jordan Peterson's a Canadian, but he's doing a tour right now, and I'm gonna try to catch up on one of his tours here, one of his dates. I got to find some tickets. I think I might have missed my opportunity when he was in South Dakota here, close.
Oh. I was thinking Joe Rogan. Sorry. No wonder.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, Joe Rogan's definitely there. Yep.
Yeah. I really enjoyed Lindy's interview with Dave Mack. I appreciate you sharing your story. I learned so much. Thank you, Lindy. Oh, thanks, Mary. I'm glad you liked it.
There you go, Sarah.
I can think of happier topics. Let's talk about favorite meals. Has anyone done as many interviews as Dave Mack? I think he said he's over 200 interviews now. But
Yeah.
yeah, he's pumping out a couple a week now, which is astounding.
That's awesome. Oh, you've got a personal tour guide.
Oh, look, yeah. When you come to Toronto, I'll take you anywhere you want to go. Awesome. I'll take you up on that. I'm going to win Tats Lotto first.
Hey, DC.
How you doing?
How are you?
Good. I don't know if you've been listening, but if you're in a plane crash on a desert island, are you eating people?
Well, yeah, I think people will do some strange things when they get hungry enough, you know.
For sure.
Dying of starvation. I've been to the point where I was like I couldn't eat for weeks, and it's not a good feeling. So,
I bet.
you know,
Yeah.
if you slow down, you know, quick, you know, long enough, then I'm probably gonna eat you.
So keep it moving. I don't have to be faster than the bear. I just have to be faster than DC.
And slowest guy, yeah.
You better keep that treadmill up, Todd.
I better keep it going. You're gonna be somebody's ribeye in a survival situation.
I'm pretty sure if they ban beef, I'm gonna eat a few politicians.
That's a fact. That's a good point. Yeah, we might have to change our views on that. Yeah, if things get lobbied.
So what have you been up to, DC?
Well, I just put yesterday I was speaking with George Goodenough a couple of years, so I'm just sort of editing a video with that. And actually, I can't stay long this morning. At 9 o'clock, I'll be talking to Dave Mack.
Oh, nice.
And let me see. I just put up a video. I did an interview with Adam from Carnivore today.
Yeah, I watched that yesterday.
Yeah,
that was great.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Adam's got quite a story, actually. But I'm just really getting into Dr. Wilhelma Stephenson at the moment, really interested in the anthropology studies that he did. He did so many expeditions up to the Arctic, and spent so much time. He spent 10 winters and 13 summers with the Inuit and Eskimo people. And he is like a strong advocate of a meat-only diet, like a perfect balanced diet to him. What he studied was just meat and fat. That's a balanced diet to him. Yeah.
Wow.
He's a really, really interesting guy.
Oh, cool. So you're going to do some videos?
There was a documentary. I can't remember which one it was, but it was in your guys' neck of the woods where they took like indigenous people, like what's your guys' indigenous people?
The magic pill, I think
it could have been where they took them, where they took them and fed them a sad diet and took them out of their tribe. Yeah.
Yeah, the magic pill.
I have to pull that.
Have you
one up.
seen that? Yeah. It's on
No, I haven't
Netflix
seen it.
here. Yeah, I think it was Pete Evans organised that
Okay.
one.
Really
Mm.
interesting, because they took this indigenous tribe and because there's this argument saying, well, no, the reason why everybody's sick and fat is because modern conveniences. They don't move as much and they're not as active and all this nonsense. And then they they studied this tribe that, even known, they lived off the land, they didn't really exert that much energy every day. They would go, a little ways from their tribe. All the men would kill like one animal. They would bring
Yeah.
it back, and they would pretty much the whole tribe would eat on those animals for the day. And they didn't exert much energy or stress or anything. They just did that, and then they took several of them, right, and they took them in to the city somewhere, and they're eating like cereal and bread and stuff, and they all got fat and
Yeah,
diabetes.
look at big carnivores too, like cats, like lions. Like they'll sleep 20 hours a day.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. Because
Mm.
that's a great point. Because I mean, that is what all these, what the propaganda, the big food and drug propaganda want to say. Oh no, it's just because we've been modern society, nobody moves as much. Well, I kind of disagree. I think more pressure has been put on people, and people work more hours out of the day, and they deal with more stress and move, than we were naturally designed to do.
Yeah, that's right. Like even different cultures around the world, it was always customary to have like a daytime naps. Look at like Mexico, for example.
Yep.
Yes,
They yeah. So I don't think it's I mean, sure, people are very sedentary these days, but I think that the symptoms that comes from what we call sedentary is basically because comes from the diet. You know,
yeah.
weak joints and weak muscle tissue, adipose tissue, and things like that, and obviously fat and things like that.
Well, I was in Baker's group, and he was talking about doing because he was a surgeon, doing surgeries on vegans and stuff, and he said some of these vegans have such low bone density. He goes, it is freaky. He said, when I was doing surgery on some of these, and some of these people, you could push your finger through their bone. He
Wow.
said it was
Yeah.
like they're made out of styrofoam or like an eggshell, and you had to be careful working on them because your finger would go through their bone.
Oh,
It's just like,
jeez.
whew.
Wow.
I mean, that's incredibly bad. Like, how can you support your
body
any
weight.
kind of activity on
Yeah.
bones like that?
Right.
They're that brittle that you can just push through them.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy, but it shows us that, we really do need these proteins, these collagens, these calcium, these nutrients, these real nutrients, these dense nutrients, just to thrive, and it's silly, I mean, it's
Well,
just,
it's like vegetarians and vegans too. Like they're literally starving their body of nutrients because you just can't absorb any nutrients from plants. So the body's just eating itself. They feel good for the first 6 months, but then after that, the body's just eating itself, and it's relying on stores of collagen. For example, it takes it from the bones.
right.
The bones get eaten away and fragile, and the same with their muscle tissue.
Absolutely. Yep. And I mean, that's honestly what it is. These vegan diets and stuff, people feel better because of what they're not eating, but they're just also becoming malnourished over a short, like over the slow drip, the slow bleed.
Mm.
But,
Yeah.
carnivores, it's a double-edged sword. You're you're better because of what you're not eating, but you're also healing because of what you are eating. Like you're getting stronger,
Yeah, that's right.
You can
Actually,
absolutely do
a
it,
good
Jamie.
book. Wilhelm Stephenson, he actually wrote a really good book called Fat of the Land, I should say. But it's really good. And, people should check it out. Like he was sort of speaking out against John Harvey Kellogg, back when he was trying to get push his cereal and vegan garbage,
Yeah.
So this is not new, this stuff. Yeah, they knew it
Right.
all the way. They knew it back then.
For sure. And they've been pushing this a long time. This is not, it's just everybody's finally waking up. Thank God for the age of information where people can, be like-minded and people can get this information and see this truth. That's the only thing that bothers me about AI is the ability to now, fake videos and voices, and AI is going to make fake things seem very, very real. It's going to be hard to tell fact
it
from
is
fiction here
very
pretty
much so,
soon.
yeah. The one good thing is though, a lot of, a lot of stuff that is coming out, like truth and things like that, a lot of it is on VHS tape and backed up, that things that you just can't fake. So, there's going to be, so good and horrible things coming out soon, I hope. But actually, I just posted a video on a different platform as a documentary. It's called The War on Children. And I think people should go check that out.
For sure.
It's a very good documentary, actually.
Is that on Rumble?
No, not yet. Actually, I'm going to put it on Rumble, but I've got it on BitChute this morning.
Okay.
Do you have a link to it, or how do you watch it?
Yeah, actually, I'll give you a link.
Yeah.
We're not that worried about getting demonetized. We're not that fancy people.
I think we're just little.
Yeah.
We're just little fish.
This comment has failed to post to Michael. Okay, and okay.
If you pop it in the private chat, and Michael can put it up for us. Yeah.
But Jamie T, you can lose that 100 pounds. Like what are you doing? What's your plan? Australian Indigenous people were true nomads.
Yeah, they were very much nomads. Never really built anything, but if you talk, it depends on who you're going to call the Indigenous, because the Aborigines here that we know now are not the original either. Like there used to be pygmy rainforest people that used to live in Australia that were wiped out by the current so-called Indigenous as well, Aborigines. So, which actually, if there was there's a genealogist study that was done several years back, almost 10 years ago, I think now, that the Aboriginal people of Australia actually have more in common with people from India, and they actually migrated from India down into Australia. But interesting stuff.
I lost most of my teeth for my vegan.
There you go. Back.
Didn't supplement. I didn't know for a while when I a bit. Yeah. Glad I didn't break all my bones. Yeah.
For sure.
I had really bad periodontal disease from the sad diet and eating a lot of crap, and my teeth are so much better now. Like I thought I'd have to have them all pulled out, but they survived and they're doing really well. So you can reverse a lot of that damage just by going carnivore.
For sure.
Yeah. Lots of K2 helps.
Yeah. It's going to make it a little bit more challenging for sure. There we go. And then Jamie, I'm just hearing about carnivore, so I am all ears.
Oh,
well,
gosh.
Let's see. Lindy's
Dr.
down.
Berry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lindy's down 495 pounds in 23
months. Yeah, 22, 3. Yeah, 25 months. Yeah.
25 months. 26.
Yeah.
26.
And I'm down about 265 pounds in 13 months. Michael, you're down like what,
165 in like 7 months.
Yep. And then DC, you brought yourself back from cancer,
Yeah.
Yeah, all
Yeah, that's
carnivore.
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I lost a bit of weight too on the way, but yeah, I like it's it's remarkable, what you give yourself the right food. It's remarkable how resilient your body can be. And it still amazes me every day when I talk to other people about it too. It just amazing. I speak to Adam. He had a pretty bad head injury due to a car accident, I think it was, but
Yeah.
concussion. And some of the symptoms that he had, like dizziness, not being able to close his eyes, balance issues, that sort of stuff, all healed on the carnivore diet. And that to me, like, obviously the cholesterol levels, everything goes back up, and it regenerates brain cells and things like that. So it's just incredible. It really is. That it's a your body's a machine that is self-repairing,
Yep.
and as long as you give it the right food, you know. So it's just amazing
Absolutely.
stuff.
It's our bodies are the best healers, right? We get in their way. We get in our body's
Yeah,
way by doing all this nonsense that we think we know how to control. And Jamie,
yeah,
it's not just us. I mean, we're examples of it too. But I mean, check out Dr. Ken Berry, check out Dr. Sean Baker, check
Chafee.
out Dr. Chafee, check out Dr. Kiltz, check out
yeah,
all the information's out there and so many stories. Check out the SBG gang and join the SBG gang. It's $30 a month. We are on their admins, but we don't get paid for anything over there. We're not getting paid to endorse them. We're just huge fans because it's a super strong community that you can be a part of every day and ask questions and type in questions and be in a community that can help you get through all the weight loss that you need to get. There's a bunch of communities out there. This is the ones we choose that we think does the best for us. And it's just you just got to immerse yourself in the real information and kind of you've been so lied to by commercials and propagandas and doctors. You've been just brainwashed and you think you're 100 pounds overweight because you have bad willpower and because you're not
Genes or something. Yeah.
yeah, and it's all a lie. It is all a lie. We all 74% of the world's population is overweight or obese and metabolically sick because they've screwed up our food environment. They've screwed up our nutrition. They feed us full of propaganda and just all this nonsense. And when you eat the things that they tell you is bad, the red meat, the animal fats that they have demonized, when you eat those things, your body heals, and you got to stay away from the stuff that's making you sick, the poison, the sugars that are so addictive. And we've all found complete freedom and from those addictions, and you
And it's
can
just not weight loss either. It's everything else:
healing.
depression, anxiety,
Hmm.
blood with DC here. You got cancer people that are, uh,
Yeah, Jeff DeProsperous,
yeah.
and yeah,
There's so
it's
many things
incredible.
that this is
Yeah.
changing for people. Yeah, it's just not weight loss.
Yeah, this is not a
yeah,
fad. This is not even a diet. This is the proper human diet of the way of eating that we were meant to be eat and that we're meant to thrive on. And this is not some crazy fad thing that the world would make you think. The propaganda is that meat's bad for you, that fat's bad for you. It's not. And you can clearly look at since they started demonizing meat and fat, how
What
sick
what it
everybody's
is
gotten.
it's bad for their bottom line for their
Mhm.
subscriptions that they want everybody to be on every month. That's what it's bad for. It's
yeah,
good for us.
yeah. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, they've
Jamie.
got us live. Yeah, they've got us dying slowly enough that we think we're living.
Yeah, we're not.
Exactly. And Jamie, yeah, I had suicidal depression, anxiety that was crippling,
Same here.
and in 3
Yeah.
weeks it was gone. 3 weeks.
Yeah, yeah. It was like for me, I was stuck in bed for so long, years of chemotherapy and the rest of it. Like it was depressing just waking up, facing another day. You know,
Going through the same shit again. Yeah.
yeah, facing
Yeah.
another day. It just didn't want to happen. So so much can change. And it's not just I mean, it's everything. It really is. You know, depression. I mean, everything. Depression really comes down to how you feel generally, health wise speaking. But yeah, when that changes, it's liberating. You know, when people say it's a restrictive diet, it's not. What's restrictive is being stuck at home in bed. You know,
Exactly.
what's restrictive is being you know, being on medication for the rest of your life. That's restricting. Being dependent on these people that to supply you with medications and vitamins and everything else, and so-called food. Being on the carnivore diet, you can get your independence back. That's what I think is so important for everyone, to be independent and drug free. I mean, I'm medication free, completely medication free. I don't even take supplements. Okay, so
For sure.
After fighting blood, still fighting blood cancer, but I've been stage 4 twice, and I like so many medications, it'd make your head spin. Now I'm zero, and being that independence after being on medication for so long, it's an amazing feeling, a liberating feeling.
Yep, it is. Yeah, and you just get your freedom back. And I mean, when you start to heal, you start to realize all these things that you didn't think, even remotely think, that were could possibly be diet related, were like
Yeah.
addictive personalities and addictions to things that aren't food related, like gambling and just being compulsive and those things. They all
Well,
healed up for
yeah,
me.
they tell you
Yeah.
all these things are genetic. Like they tell you cancer is genetic, that you can't
Right.
beat it. Like it's doesn't matter what you eat, because they don't want you to know that, or they want you counting calories, because they want to put the blame onto you for not for being obese and for being sick.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, the biggest part that we play in being obese and being sick is by delegating our responsibility to the doctors. Like we fell
That's
for it.
right. Yeah.
And that's the biggest blame I had to play in this thing, was listening to these people, that had a monetary uh incentive to me being sick, like it really does start to get ridiculous. There's a difference when you go into the emergency room, you got a broken bone, doctors are wonderful. But
Oh
when
yeah.
you get into the sick care system and you got a disease that they can basically rent you symptom relief for the rest of your life by giving you these pills, like they have a monetary incentive to say, oh yeah, you poor thing, well, unfortunately you're just going to have to be on a new lifelong system of taking all these pills and paying us hundreds of
Daily.
dollars a
Yep.
month for them.
I mean, if there's anything that the last few years should tell anyone, is that hospitals do not want you healthy. Right?
No.
They want you coming in and out like a revolving door.
Exactly.
That's what they want. Okay. And it's remarkable to me. It's still remarkable just how resilient your body can be after all the damage that you can do over a lifetime of eating this food that they supply us with. Which is another thing. We allowed our food supply to, or everything to just be given to us. We just relied on other people to bring this food to us. People don't even leave the house now to go shopping.
Right.
So, this is, we all fell down on that as well. We all fell for the story. Here, this is convenient. This is convenient. Just call us and we'll deliver a pizza, sort of thing.
Mhm.
But we allowed psychopaths to deliver us food,
Yeah.
and we expected the food to be healthy.
Absolutely. I mean, it's funny. I quote Ice-T, but Ice-T said, never trust the guys that sell the bullets and the band-aids,
Yeah.
like it's a real problem, and I'm
It
like,
is.
that's very true. And that's what the medical system, and I just watched, my dad was in it, and that starts with one medication. Like I've never seen anybody get better and take less medications off of medical assistance.
No.
Right?
Yeah.
Everything is it's literally like I don't know, some sort of cult that you join where they're like, okay, this month, for the next 6 months, you're taking one medication, and then you're going to be taking two, and then you're going to be taking three, then you're going to be taking five. And pretty much in 10 years, you're taking 15, 20 medications. And by the time it came down, my dad died of leukemia. And the reason why he couldn't take the chemo pills, because all the drugs that he'd been taking since he was 38 killed his kidneys. And he couldn't take the chemo pills,
Yeah.
because his kidneys couldn't take it,
Yeah.
and that was because he was on so many damn drugs and so much insulin, and he never got better. He never gained quality of life from any of that treatment. None of it. It
That's
just,
the thing. They told. I mean, people will tell you, protein is bad for your kidneys, and the carnivore diet's bad for you. I've only got one kidney. When I started chemo, my one kidney was down to 12% capacity. Like, it was amazing that my kidney actually survived the treatment. So it's healthier now than it ever was back then. So I don't see how anyone could say this is bad for your kidney when the treatments that they got you on, medications, processing medications, that's what kills your kidneys. Processed foods, that's what kills your kidneys.
How's your kidneys been now?
Well, I've still only got one kidney, but
Right.
it's working perfectly.
Yeah. So you were down at what, 12%? What are you? Has it increased?
Yeah, it's 100% now.
Look at that.
awesome.
So,
Right. So silly, and it's just fear mongering, right? They're like, oh, you can't have that much protein, it'll kill your kidneys. Yet they'll prescribe you 15 drugs that are certain to kill your kidneys to
Right.
just gas them in the next 10 years. They don't
Yeah.
care about that. That's not a problem.
No, that's right.
Yeah, it's a sick thing.
Big pharma companies made $2.50 for each C19 vaccine they sold to our governments, paid for by the taxpayers. Yeah.
That we are literally, when we go to the doctors, and don't get me wrong, all the individual general practitioners that we deliver, most of them don't know this. They just been indoctrinated. They're sheep.
They repeat what they've been told.
Right. They are literally puppets that are regurgitating this information, and they believe in the system. But the fact of the matter is, this system is a system of addiction and drug dealers, and that's what we're in. And this whole world revolves. I don't care if it's casinos, if it's street drugs, if it's pharmaceutical drugs, or the food in the store. There's a reason that everything that shouldn't have sugar in it is pumped full of sugar. And it's because sugar is extremely addictive.
Yeah, it's the biggest drug there is.
It is.
Yeah.
And
Keeps
it's
you
legal.
addicted to the poison.
It does. And the only difference is because this poison kills us slowly, we don't look at it like heroin or something, because it doesn't kill you immediately. You don't overdose on it in one sitting, but because it kills you over 15, 20, 30 years and robs you of your quality of life and takes all your money. I mean, look at it. It does it slowly, and they make it pink, and but it's on cupcakes. Oh, it's for your little daughter sweetheart's birthday. Give it to your children, with the Barbie on top and the candles, and give this poison to your little girls, your little sweethearts. They got to have little cookies, They do this shit.
Number one cause of death in the world is the medical industry.
Yeah, well, exactly. And then, I mean, at the very least, the number 3 biggest killer in disease is medical drugs, right? And so it's so ridiculous, because if you take realistically the number 1 cause of death with all the drugs and all the malfeasance and the bad diagnosis and everything is absolutely medical, but they even admit that the number 3 killer is prescription drugs, and the number 3 killer is the number 1 process for healing disease in our company. The number 3 killer in our company is the number 1 resource for healing disease in our company, or treating disease in our country, or all of our countries. So it's crazy.
Yeah, but it all comes back to pharma. Like, it's pharmaceuticals or the medical industry, full stop, is the number one killer of people around the world. Number two would be the fitness industry,
Right.
with all the fake
Bullshit.
foods that they,
Yeah.
all the
And
BS,
supplements even, or
supplements.
yeah.
Yeah, the supplement industry, and the supplement industry is the pharmaceutical companies. The pharmaceutical companies actually make the supplements for the fitness industry. So, it all goes back to them.
Right. You know, when I really started realizing this was when I started researching nicotine and how remember when the Surgeon General was putting in the cancer warnings and the addicted warnings on the sides of nicotine, and it was this big deal. I don't know if that happened in your guys' country or not, but in our country it did.
Yeah.
On the side of cigarettes, all of a
There's
sudden
warning
they had to
labels,
say that
right.
this is addictive and may cause cancer and not good if you're pregnant and all
Yeah,
this stuff. But it
we
kept
get
starting.
those.
Yeah, exactly. And they started doing
Mm.
that. And it was this big thing. Oh, this is going to be bad for big tobacco. Oh, this is going to be so bad. Well, they wrote, I forget the name of the book, but I was reading about it. And they said, you know how stupid this is? Big Tobacco was funded that campaign. And the reason why was because Tobacco said, okay, it's obvious now with that people are aligning cause and effect that the cigarettes are causing cancer. So people are going to naturally start quitting cigarettes because it's killing them at a high rate. And so Big Tobacco said, well, what we need to do is start plastering it on there saying that this is highly addictive. We want to keep quoting this, that cigarettes are highly addictive. So, because what cigarettes do, they go, all right, they create a campaign, you got to get off smoking. But what did they do? But you got to get over here, go to your doctor, and you got to get nicotine gum, you got to get nicotine patches, and you got to have nicotine vapes, right? And so they shifted the industry. So where Big Tobacco was getting $6 a pack for 80 milligrams of nicotine, now they're getting $30 a pack for 60 grams of nicotine in gum. So they took and they sat here and programmed people to believe that nicotine was more addictive than it was, that the only way they could get off it was with their doctor to subscribe nicotine gum and nicotine patches that they could then mark up 600% more than they were marking up the nicotine that was in the cigarettes, so that they could sell people on the fact that they just had to have more nicotine, but in drug form now, prescription drug form. And this was going to be their savior. And all they did was figure out how to get 600% more out of the nicotine for, markup. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's the world's run by a cartel, one large cartel, So
it's incredible.
Have you guys seen the white elastic clots embalmers have been discovering in bodies since 2021?
Yep.
Yeah.
Wonder what caused that.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's the vaccine, and I'll say it. I don't care. Demonetize this. Your vaccine caused freaking clots.
Yeah, the clot shot.
Yeah.
Mm.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they're not just in bed together. Pharmaceutical actually owns a lot of these food industries as well. And there's also like the Seventh-day Adventist Church. They own a lot, like big companies here in Australia, Sanitarium Food. It all started with Kellogg's and all the rest of them. The first junk food. They're ideologically sort of run, and they're all in it together as well.
For sure.
So, it's just that is worth watching. That the link I just posted there, the sugar industry, it's pretty much known now as the sugar papers. This is Kristen Kearns. Well worth watching. She actually did all the research on this and found all the ways that they've been doing, like fooling us or propaganding us and getting all the sugar industry sort of lies and manipulation of government and things like that too. So you should go check it out.
I definitely will.
Right.
Yeah, that was what started changing my mind at even when I was on keto, was listening to Gary Taub, talk about how epidemiology and everything is just fake fake papers to push all this food and drug safety bull crap to put these products in the grocery store, and how it's screwing up our food environment, and how this is
Yeah.
all just one big money machine, propaganda machine, and
Yeah, it is.
that to me is very important process. Waking up is very important process to getting healthy, because if you don't understand the enemy you're fighting, you don't understand that. I've been saying this a lot. As I'm hesitant to say it because I don't want to insult anybody in the military, but I feel like we're all, in a way, kind of prisoners of war of this food propaganda war, and
Oh, yeah.
and so we just got to know that we're at war, and that we are fighting an opposing force that's working against us. There's nothing that's happening by accident anymore. This is
And the problem is they have so many useful idiots pushing their agenda as well, that
Mhm.
they take a payday. Sure, they're corrupt, but they don't realize the end result either, that includes them. So you get their enforcers, like the police here in Australia for the last few years, for example.
Yeah,
They're just useful idiots.
absolutely. Absolutely, it is. It's
Anyway,
sad,
guys,
but
I gotta sign off. I gotta go talk to Dave Mack, and you
right
guys
on.
have a great day, eh?
You do. We'll
All right.
see you, DC.
Take
Have
care,
a good one.
DC.
See you guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye
See you
bye.
tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Right on.
You can catch DC, Dave Mack, and myself on the Aussie Carnivore Connection tomorrow night. So yeah, interesting.
For sure. It's a good time. It happens at 1 a.m. my time. I try to make it, but it's a little bit. It's like it's not quite early enough and just a little too late.
Yeah, 7 p.m. for me. So yeah, it's a
Oh,
nice little turnout. We have a bit of
like
fun on that one. Bit of
if it
Aussie
was
trivia.
if it was 11 o'clock, I could make it, and if it was like 3 o'clock, I'd even get up for it. But it's right in the
Yeah,
window.
that's okay. We talk about you behind your back. That's all good.
I thought my ears were burning. uh let's see. Call me a conspiracy theorist, but I think they are all depopulating it. Yeah, they're trying to, for sure. And that's not conspiracy. That's just a fact. I mean, they say it out loud. Watch the World Economic Forum speeches and everything.
Yeah.
And yeah, they want to depopulate the world. I think that I truly believe this. You can believe what you want, but I believe the vaccines and the COVID stuff was that they figured that the weaker people were going to like comply, and they were fine with that, because it's I mean, it's mean to say that, but I do think that's what they were doing, because they know what it was doing. They know that it's killing people. They know the clots that it caused and stuff. Now, the good thing is I don't think that it's every vaccine. I think that it was a lottery. I think that maybe every 1 in 10 or 1 in 50 or something had whatever property in it that was making people, that was kind of offing people. I really do believe that. I have nothing to back it up with other than all these, strange deaths and stuff that are happening. And I mean, right here in my own town, people that I know, so it's like whatever. People can pretend like it's not true, but I think it is. But I don't know. I pray for everybody that got it, and I pray that people just wake up and know. I mean, if we all stand together and tell them, hell no, we're not taking that. Meet us outside then. If you think, I mean, there's just got to be a hill that you'll die on. And for me, that was that shot, like, try to put that in my arm. see if you come out unscathed if you put that shit in my arm. It ain't gonna happen. You just can't, that's a line you can't let them cross. But on that happy note, between cannibalism and conspiracy theories, how about we put the link back in here and see if people want to come chat? Somebody come in here with a better topic.
Yeah. It's hard. I've been to 3 doctors now. The first one when I was 21 years begging for help. I wanted to lose weight, and he's like, "Yeah, lap band surgery, that'll fix you." And obviously it didn't work. And then just prior to going carnivore, I went to the doctors and they're like, oh, yeah, you got diabetes, all these meds. I'm like, give me 3 months. I'm going to try Carnivore. Go back, lose, 300 or nearly 400 pounds gone. She's like, oh, wow, amazing. Oh, by the way, when you fail, here's my card. Come and see me for bariatric surgery. I'm like, what the? And then just 3 weeks ago, I'm back at another doctor's for, just to talk about some issues. And he's like, wow, you've lost 500 pounds. That's amazing. Ozempic. I'm like, no. Would you like some? I'm like, what? I'm doing so well. Why are you asking if I want Ozempic if I've already lost 500 pounds? And been carnivore 2 years. It's like, why would you even ask that? It's obviously, yeah.
Sure. I know.
So a lovely doctor, but it's like I just don't understand why he would ask that when I'm doing so well and I seem to be on track.
Because they get a kickback.
For sure.
Yeah,
It's
it's
crazy.
disappointing.
Yes. Money rules the world for some people.
Just
Yeah.
another reason not to take those either. I don't take any of those vaccines, none of them, and I won't be taking any of them.
Yep.
Not happening. And Carnivore 1.5 years hit a weight loss plateau. Any suggestions? Well, I just hit me one of those, my second one in 13 months, actually. And
Mix it up.
I'm just getting through it. And honestly, I think the right answer was the Ken Berry answer that he gave me, which was vitamin P, which was for patience. You just got to keep staying the line, and then your body has to adjust because weight loss is a big shift for your body, and you just got to keep holding the line and letting it heal. That's what I'm thinking lately. What do you think, Lindy?
Well, it depends how much weight you've lost. If you had a huge weight loss like we've had, you will stall because your body needs to catch up and heal. But if you're new fairly new, you might just need to change things up. You just haven't found the
That's funny.
formula for yourself. So
Exactly. I was laughing.
yeah. But definitely try and change things up. Don't weigh yourself. If you're exercising, you could be gaining muscle, losing fat. Go by your measurements. Tape measure.
For
Do a
sure.
little bit of priming.
Mm,
How's your metabolism? How much are you eating a day? If
yeah.
you're not eating enough, your metabolism is going to be really low, and you're not going to be losing.
Yeah, it's hard to say much because we don't know your story, but if you join the place like SBG Gang, you can pop it in. There's a free forum there. I think Michael can pop a link in there for you. And just ask in the general chat, and you'll have so many responses that people will be able to give you some more guidance if you can just give a little bit more info. There's so many tools out there that you can try to break a stall, but we just need to know what you're doing now so we can recommend something. Hi, Big
Absolutely.
Man Alaska. I'm gaining more belly fat but losing inches everywhere else. So how do I balance this? Because when I'm fasting, my belly fat was going away faster. Is it belly fat or is it just loose skin? Like my composition in the stomach has changed really.
Yeah.
Yeah, changed a lot. But
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, never had anything but the belly fat keep going down. And now I have fluid that'll build up. Like, you get bloated. People really do get bloated, including dudes. And if you're having things like cheese or dirty meat, back when I used to do kind of dirty car or ketovore, when I would have hot dogs or dirty sausages or things with nitrates in it, or lunch meats or spam, or especially a lot of any kind of meat from a can or packaged meat like sausages or anything. Those things have uh, high sodium, but it's also the iodized sodium or whatever that really makes you get bloated. The nitrates and cured meats will cause bloating. So for me, it depends on what kind of meat you're eating and if it's a good quality beef or not. And then, but it's literally probably just fluid. You're probably getting bloated. If you're losing you're having composition changes elsewhere and you're losing weight elsewhere, but your belly's getting bigger, it's probably just bloating, is what I'm gonna guess.
But it probably just appears bigger because you are losing weight everywhere else, so it's more pronounced, and I think you lose it last in your belly. I mean, there's so many videos about removing that stubborn belly fat. I think
Yeah,
it is one of the last places to lose it, so
for sure.
I'm definitely shrinking everywhere except my stomach is dropping, but it's still quite big. Um, yeah, so it's an unpleasant
Absolutely.
feeling, and it's frustrating. I got you there. I hate
Yeah,
it, but
exactly.
it's just day at a time. I'm just hoping it will eventually just disappear or get better anyway.
This one's for you.
I'm so proud of you doing well and very strong, Lindy. You have sure come a long way. Oh, thanks, Jill. Yeah. It's hard work, but it's enjoying, like, just getting your life back. Yeah, I just never ever wanna go back to how I was before. Yeah.
For sure. For sure. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
stupid, it's just we gotta be united and not let them do that. If we all say no and we all boycott, this world stops spinning, right? It ain't the elites that make this thing go around, it's us. Gotta
I
do it.
had to have it too because 'cause I'd booked to go on a cruise with my girlfriend, and they wouldn't let me on the ship without having it. So that I bit the bullet and
For
had
sure.
it to go on the cruise, and, I travelled with my girlfriend and her niece and nephew, and he was the only one that got COVID, and he was vegan, but the rest of us were okay. But, yeah, the last days on the ship, and he had to confine himself to his room.
For sure.
Yeah.
Hey, Keith, there he is. He's been getting this is what we call getting brother-in-law.
Oh. Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. Keith got brother-in-law. Or I'm glad you're feeling better, Keith.
Went to the doctors my whole life. They never helped, only hurt me. I would like to never see one again. Yeah, exactly. They've made my life a lot more difficult now with this lap band restriction. I can't sit down and eat a proper steak like everybody else. I just dream of eating a nice big ribeye or something. I have to cut it up into little pieces and eat like a baby, and it takes me 2 hours to eat a meal. Yeah.
Sure.
And I'm so looking forward to going to Texas so I can eat with everyone, and I'm like, I'm nervous because I can't eat a full meal. I'm just
Yep.
gonna might have to pick off everybody's plate like a little bird.
For sure.
Or come home with, 50 doggy bags from all the meals.
Yeah, it sure might be the meat, Keith. I've had that problem with dirty meats. That's why, you know, like I'm just talking from my experience, but I had to get to a point where I had to kind of rearrange my budget to make sure that I could like I cut things out of all kinds of my budget to make sure that I could do the best I could with the Costco meat because I really do feel better on it. And when I like not I don't want to throw shade at anybody's whatever you got to do is fine, but man, Walmart meat, I wouldn't feed that to my dog. To be honest with you, I don't know what they do to the beef from Walmart, but it is not good where I'm at. It might be different where you're at though, but I have trouble with Walmart type meat and stuff. And so, yeah, but I mean, we all have to do whatever we have to do to get by, and Walmart beef is better than the sad diet for sure. But I do think the more that you can tighten that up or whatever you can do, it does help you for sure. I noticed that with myself for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, some people might be good with it, and it might affect others differently, so
Yeah,
it's just definitely something you can change up and see if that makes a difference for you.
for sure. Absolutely. We sure are.
Yeah, Todd, he cracks the whip with us. He likes 3 hours.
We like a 3 hour jaw wag.
Michael's just hanging out for the overtime.
For sure.
We get pictures of ribeyes if we're good.
Exactly. And you get a picture and a half if you stay overtime.
Yeah, feel free to jump in if anyone wants to come in on and chat. You can keep your camera off.
Yeah, whatever you want to do.
If you're shy. I did that
Papa.
most of my SBG life, was sitting there without a camera on. Vex is job requirement, but sadly doesn't share our concern.
There we go.
I bet belly fat was from loose skin, or you could be really stressed. Cortisol. Yeah, and they always say it's the last to leave. So I just think the rest of you's shrinking, and so it's making your belly fat more pronounced. I don't feel like you'd be gaining more.
Stress is increased after a failure of trying to quit nicotine. Yeah, you'll definitely gain weight doing that. And
Yeah.
also, it ain't a failure. Yeah, as you're right, it's just a roadblock. But what I would say is if you had trouble quitting the nicotine, you are malnourished. You got to eat more. What I found was being nourished and eating more protein. Even if you gain, I don't care if you gain 30 pounds, like if you eat clean protein and clean animal fat, that's what you got to eat your way through quitting nicotine. That's the only way to do it. You really do have to eat your way through it. But you got to be ready to, which means your body's got to be satiated and healed,
I mean, that in itself is a stressor. And then when you're putting the added stress of your diet and trying to restrict, it's going to make things even worse for you. So, yeah, just concentrate on getting rid of the nicotine and eat. Like bacon and eggs, just stopping those cravings from coming back, and keep busy. Keep your hands busy.
For sure.
Find something to do.
Yeah, you could do this for sure, but don't push it. Just eat and keep eating the good stuff. Don't worry about the weight. Just worry about what you're eating. Make sure that it's just, the vast majority beef, eggs, and fat. Get rid of the cheese, get rid of all that stuff, get rid of the seasoning. Just beef, eggs, and fat and salt. And do that for, a good period of time, at least like 6 weeks, like eating as much as you can. And let your body heal and then try that. And I think when your body's healed and satiated and you don't have any of that other stuff, then it'll be a
You
lot
can
easier.
tweak the diet after
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Poor Keith. Keith got worked like a rented mule this weekend.
That's how I feel after working in a florist shop for 4 days.
Sorry to hear that. Yeah, I bet you've been moving a lot, Lindy. I keep seeing you.
It's been fun, but yeah, I've discovered about 1,000 new muscles in my body that I thought I never had. I'm with Jill about House, and honestly, you are my favourite carnivores because I relate to you. Lifelong health struggles with genuine hearts and sincere efforts. You three rock. Oh, thanks, Sarah.
Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate it so much. It's very kind. Well, you're muted, Michael.
Oh,
no wonder. I've been sitting here talking and nobody's talking back to me.
You muted yourself.
Yeah, I must have coughed at one point or something.
We weren't ignoring you. Yeah, we
right,
need
well,
to do an interview with Michael.
Yeah.
One day.
When are we going to do it, Michael?
I was fat and homebound for 20 plus years, and there's my story. Suffered with depression, anxiety, and hid myself away, and lymphedema in both my legs. And Carnivore saved my life. It's almost 7 months now, Carnivore, and it's changed my life.
He's missing a key component, though. Really started picking up for him, and he started healing up when I sent him a nip pitch. So,
yeah.
That
ended my depression. And
what are friends for? Yeah, get well, Keith. We appreciate it. appreciate you coming, but get some sleep.
I don't know why my cats won't eat the grocery ground meat, looking to buy roasted food processing the meat with homemade mayo and some of the juice. For me and my kitties, maybe no mayo. That's interesting. They won't eat the grocery ground meat. It's a bit sad, isn't it? Makes you think, why don't they want it? What's wrong with it?
Something.
Yeah. I adore Todd and all you guys. You speak like parents and don't cut corners.
Appreciate you, John. You have an awesome channel, man. You guys got to go check out John's channel. He's doing great work over there. And this is all, we just all got to be real with our struggles and with our journey here and show people what we're doing, because we are all getting free from this, assuredly, and we got to stay together. And we can't get divided or get distracted and get let off course by, there's so much propaganda and push out there. I mean, it's on every corner, it's in every store, it's everywhere, and it's trying to always rehook us to get us back into this addiction cycle. And it's just, that's why, I love doing these. I wouldn't care if one person showed up. I mean, it's an absolute blessing that all you show up and support us and visit with us in the chat and stuff. But this keeps us so laser focused to what's important, and stays, it just keeps our minds right. And, like-minded people with a like-minded goal is a very important thing I'm finding, community wise. Let's see.
Oh, maybe Michael can help with that.
I said, I don't know. Depends on how she's trying to come in, using a phone or a tablet or PC.
That's weird.
I'm double vaxxed, not boosted, and only suffered the initial side effects from the shots for 3 days. Yeah.
Good.
Nice. That's good. That's very good.
Yeah. I didn't have any issues with it. I'm pretty strong, I think. So
That's good.
hopefully I never will.
Yeah.
My friend says ground meat is processed with ammonia to avoid E. coli. Don't know if I believe that. I buy my ground beef from the butcher. I know it's freshly ground up and prepared in containers which I can put away. I don't want to buy from the supermarket unless it's emergency. But if I have to eat it, I eat it. But I buy everything from my butcher. I rather support my little butcher than a big supermarket.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Let's see here.
Looking for kind, polite responses to critics of this new lifestyle that seems so strange to others.
Get bent.
Yeah.
I thought that was kind of funny.
I missed what you said. What did you say?
I said, get bent.
Oh. Yeah,
No.
there's so many mixed messages out there, and I don't think carnivore's not one size fits all. You need to find your own way, find what works for you. And like, some people may include a few veg here and there, others don't. Others are very strict and do line, but you got to do what works for you. So
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I just, there's ways to go about it. Like, first of all, like Lindy used to talk about this too, about you would take meat and a little bit of veggie and push around the veggie, but eat the meat,
yeah.
And so it's kind of a little psyop game to play around there. But also, you can just tell them that you're eating like a whole based animal and low carb diet or whatever. But at a certain point, it won't matter anymore, because you can just tell them, look, this is, first of all, you can introduce them to the whole community if they want to see it, but they probably won't, because they'll think it's crazy. But once they see that there's many, many doctors and, PhDs and highly respected people that are saying, yeah, this is very valid. Once you show them some evidence that even in the American Heart Association that they've admitted that cholesterol is good for you, it's not bad for you, and all of these things, you can show them that. But if that doesn't work, because it's good to have that in your pocket so that you can kind of defend yourself on the kind of basis that they're looking for. They want to see this white coat professional, whatever thing that they think they believe in or whatever. But my favorite part to do is to put up with it a little bit while we're eating. But after you eat, if you're eating dinner with people together or whatever, like on Thanksgiving and stuff, they're the ones that are going to be sick. They're the ones that are going to be burping and belching and in a sugar coma and not being able to breathe and all inflamed and having diarrhea and all this stuff. And you're going to be golden. You're going to be feeling great, full of energy. And then that's when I love to start poking at them going, oh, so your diet's okay. How my diet's crazy. Well, I'm not over here in a sugar coma, can't breathe, about to have a heart palpitation, because we all know people that do that. So it's a better
Sorry,
scenario.
I misunderstood the question. Yeah, I definitely I like to eat before I go out to a social function, or I can take a plate of whatever I like to eat, like a platter with whatever, hams and eggs and deviled eggs, whatever. But definitely if you go full, then you're not going to eat a lot. Putting a few salads and veggies on your plate and just push them around. It looks like you've eaten it, but they don't know. And just focus on the meat side of things. It definitely works as well. But just tell them you're on a special diet, an anti-inflammatory diet. It's sort of an elimination diet. You don't have to go into details, but on the moment I'm on an anti-inflammatory diet, just trying to fix some health issues, and so just got to be careful or mindful of what I'm eating at the moment. Leave it at that.
Exactly. I'm just checking it out
Yeah.
here.
But I found recently that people don't really pay as much attention. I think I'm more aware of it than they are. They're too busy eating their food and talking and chatting and drinking, and nobody cares what's on my plate. So
Right.
yeah.
I
So
think
just
so too.
try and relax about it and don't bring attention to yourself. And chances out of 10, they might even notice.
Yeah. And I think after a while, your results start to speak for itself. Like I don't have to explain myself to anybody yet now, because they
Yeah.
don't see what I'm eating. They see that I'm 260 pounds lighter, and then they have no case, to say about what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't care if anyone asks me now. They're like, "Oh, aren't you gonna have any veggies?" "No, I don't feel like it." "Oh, okay. What are they gonna say to that?"
Right.
It's like,
Right.
"Do you wanna fight me?" Because, I don't really care. I just don't feel like it.
Right.
And, they're like, "Okay," and they just move on, change topic.
Well, it's like so silly. So you're not going to have vegetables? I don't know. Are you going to have that alcohol? Are you going to have that cake? Are you going to have that ice cream? Do you really need that
Mm.
right now? Do you really think that
Yeah.
like it's so silly, People will eat vegetables and give you crap for not eating vegetables, and then they'll drink, they'll have a shot or a mixed drink
Right.
and eat ice cream and a dessert, and you're like, "Oh, the carrot made all that." Okay, right? Like, who are you fooling? Yeah,
Yeah.
hypocrite,
Yeah, I don't even want to talk about carnivore to anyone unless they specifically ask and they're interested. I kind of judge what they're going to be like. If they're there to pick a fight, I'm not into that. You do you, I do me.
Right.
Everyone's happy, change the topic. But if they're genuinely interested because they've got conditions they want to heal, or, I'll be more than happy to help support them and tell them what I know, direct them to all the videos. I've got a list on my phone, send them a playlist. You do some research. It's up to you. Do what you like. But this is what I'm doing and it's working.
Absolutely.
Hi,
That's
Kimberly. Hmm.
howdy. We know you like to make a
Always
fashionable
late.
entrance.
Yeah, we love you too.
Let's see here.
Oh, poor Mama Cracker, still having issues.
Yeah, this is This is a great point too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is true. If you really think about it, that's not a lie. Vegetables have oxalates in them. We're pretty much all allergic to oxalates. So you do have a legitimate reason to say that you are allergic to oxalates, you know?
Mm.
Let's see here.
In real life, I don't say I'm on a carnivore diet. If I have any doubt about their openness, I just say that due to inflammation, I no longer eat any industrially processed carbohydrates or seed oils. Yeah.
Exactly.
My daughter's been 5 weeks. This is her week number 5 carnivore, and she got a call just the other week asking if she wanted to go out for lunch with a friend, and she's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm on an anti-inflammatory diet to heal a medical condition." And her friend was like, "Oh, no worries. What are you eating?" She says, "Oh, just meat." "Oh, okay. No worries. Well, we'll catch up another time." And that was it. Simple, you know. That's all it needs to be. I'll offer a Trump's beef stick to a family member, and if they look at me disgusted and say that I don't eat that sort of thing, my beef stick isn't going to kill me as fast as what they eat.
No, seriously, like you
Yeah.
can they'll turn their nose up at a beef stick because it's beef. But then they'll go eat something like some sort of fruit granola and yogurt parfait. You're like, "Oh, you're going to have some sugar with your complex or your processed
Yeah.
sugar in your
And high fructose corn syrup. And
Yeah, it's like,
Yeah.
well, I didn't know that you're, you this is so silly. I don't know
But
what
if I
these people.
take like a charcuterie board to a place, that's always the first thing to go. People want my eggs, my cheese, my hams, and
Right,
and the other chips and crap. That's all still sitting there. They like it.
exactly.
So, yeah. Our hospital's heart specialist is a carnivore. Oh, wonderful.
That is
That is
sounds like a smart
awesome.
doctor.
Yeah.
And I think, there's I forget what they call it, but basically there's this undoctrination process where when new medical information actually comes out and actually makes it to the medical journals and to the literature, they say that it takes 30 years for it to basically get bred out of the existing doctors and reconstituted and relearned and retaught to a new generation of doctors. It has like a 30-year cycle to basically get that old indoctrination crap out of our system. It's out of our medical system. It's pretty crazy. Let's see here.
Beware, nightshades have more than oxalates that cause arthritis. Glycoloids. Dr. Cheryl Rogers writes about it.
I've heard of that actually, because Michaela Peterson's always talking about nightshades being especially horrendous for autoimmune diseases.
Oh, I used to love tomatoes. Like being Italian, we used to love our spaghetti bolognese and tomato salad with basil and that's what my grandmother lived on. My
Yeah,
nonna.
yeah, I bet so.
Yeah. Tomato plants in the garden. Wow. I have 4 super friendly cows. I do feel bad when I get the chomps and go outside. Oh, but they're your pets. That's different. You don't eat your pets, do you? So
Sure.
if they've got a name, I would not eat it. I think at one stage they were actually putting pictures of cows on like packets of meat with their name.
Yeah,
It's
I know.
like
It's funny.
that's mean.
It is mean, and it's a little propaganda piece to try to make you relate with your food, and it's like, whatever.
Yeah. That's why I buy from my butcher. I don't have all those labels. Just meat.
Exactly. And you were gonna eat a person on a desert island a little bit ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, Todd's jumping on the treadmill after this.
Uh, oh, maybe that's what's going on.
Oh, okay. I'm lucky my family and friends here support what I'm doing. They sit back and watch the changes and I do ask questions. Yeah, my family's pretty good. Even like extended family now, they're very supportive. But my friends have disappeared. Most of them, they don't contact us anymore. I think they think we're weird. So, but I don't care. Like I've got a whole new community of carnivore friends now, and we're all like-minded, and I don't feel crazy.
We're all
And
weird, right?
yeah, and it's not
sure.
like, well, my husband's pushy. Maybe that's why it's his fault. I'll blame my husband,
Blame
but
him. Yeah.
yeah, I
You know what's,
never say anything. He's very like, "Oh, you should do carnivore. It's the best thing." And
you know
yeah.
what's weird? You know, thinking about this a little bit. I want to kind of go off on a little bit of rant in a video sometime. But what's weird is going to Taco Bell, spending $15 so that you can run home and take a shit. That's weird. Okay. What's weird is eating food that you know is going to make you have explosive diarrhea, and you do it so often that you keep like anti-pooping pills in the cabinet and medicine so that you don't run around as Mr. Disaster Pants. That's pretty weird. And we back when we were all stuck in that lifestyle, it was okay to eat food that would make you have heartburn, keep you up all night burping stomach acid, give you diarrhea, gut cramps, possibly poop blood. And that was like normal. That was okay. But now it's weird to eat beef, digest 95% of it, and only poop every 3 days. And they think that's weird. And it's just
Yeah.
like, I think we need to get our head wrapped around how screwed up we really were on the standard American diet, you know? It's a little bit crazy what people think is weird and what's not weird. You know what I mean?
But then they just dismiss it and say, "I'm getting old now. You're getting
Right.
old. That's why you're getting all these digestive problems and aches and pains, and you going to the toilet. It's just age."
Totally.
But I feel so much better now than I did in my 20s. Like I'm less than that, way less now than I was in my 20s.
Yeah.
There's I'm not feeling old, but if I look at some of my friends, they're all complaining about different things that are breaking and falling apart and aches and pains. They're looking older, and it's sad. I wish they would jump on board with me and reverse some of this stuff, that improves symptoms for sure, but yeah, they're just not
Sure.
interested.
Nope.
They're
Oh,
just
you can't talk to them, and they don't
no.
believe it. They're like, oh, you're not pooping, but every 3 days because your colon's getting packed with meat. It's like, no, it's not. I take the cleanest, like smoothest, fastest. You know, I used to have to sit on the pot for 20 minutes. You know,
Yeah.
now you're in and out of there in like a minute. You
Yep.
know, it's like,
But
hey,
I
I got
almost feel like they're being resentful now, like they're not upset that I'm getting my life back, but maybe it just highlights that they're not feeling so good these days, and they're just avoiding me because they don't wanna see me do well. I don't know.
right. There's Mike. For
Mm.
I can relate, Mike. That's fact, Lindy. I do think so too. And it's kind of that, I think it's a little bit of that that addict, right? Like addicts like other people to be addicts too, because then it's
Right.
an enabling
Then
behavior.
they
They
don't
don't,
feel bad. Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That sounds good. That sounds really good, Keith. You're making me hungry.
I know, right? I follow some channels of folks who raise beef and name them their animals, live in luxury, and their uh, final not so good experiences until yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, thank you. Oh, can you say hello? Here, and this is Ella. She bought me a cup of tea.
There she is.
Howdy.
Thank you, darling.
She's coming to meet us in Austin with Lindy.
Yeah, she is. So excited. She's already got her itinerary planned.
For sure.
Yeah.
Mike, you know what I'm talking about. It's weird, right? Let's see, going down. My cows are tame. They happen to be breeders.
3 cows and 1 bull, but at any time they could become food. I name them all.
They better walk the line then. Straighten up and act right.
Yeah, I don't think I could eat something that I name. Once it's a pet, it remains a pet.
Yeah, it's a rough one. My first experience with White Castle wasn't a pleasant one. Long night at the bar. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. And if you keep, so many people do that every day and they're like, how'd you lose so much weight? And I'm like, oh, I only eat meat. And then they're like, oh, that's terrible for you. That's weird. Hold on, I got to go take a crap. I'm serious. Like, I work with these people. They go out and drink all night and they're in a haze, of, drunken, hangover. And then they have the beer poops the next day, and they're doing that. And then they wake up and they have their iced lattes. And then 20 minutes after drinking those, they're in the coffee. Oh, it's hard on my stomach. And they go take another potty break, right after the lattes. And then you sit there and you're in a work truck with them or in an enclosed space. And those guys are leaking gas all day long, smoking you out of these rooms. And it's like, what is wrong with your guts? Why are you rotten? And then they go eat lunch and they'll eat Taco Bell or whatever. And as soon as we get back from lunch, they got to run to the outhouse. And then they have the gall to sit here and say that eating meat, which doesn't make you have diarrhea, doesn't make you have gas, doesn't make you bloated, doesn't do any of that stuff, that you're the weird one because you only eat meat and that's bad for you. It's like, you're the one that smells like you're rotting and your bowels are rejecting
Right.
existence every day in the outhouse. How can you say that? Like, you think that you're eating a cleaner diet when your colon is trying to escape your body every day, like 5 times a day. It's incredible. I don't get it.
Let's see if Mama Cracker's microphone's working.
Hey, Mama, you working?
I hear you.
All right.
Oh, yes. We can hear you too. Yay.
Aw. Wonder how come my
Nice.
picture isn't there.
Huh. I don't know.
Oh, well. Anyway, listen, I just wanted to come on just to let Lindy know that because that last week when I was in disguise, she knew who I was almost right away.
Oh, I
And
thought I
then-
knew the picture. Yeah.
Oh, and that's my dog. That dog died like 13 years ago, but I just found that picture and I said, well, I'll put that on there. Okay. I saw that. I've been getting all these Star Trek shorts and stuff in my feed. And I'm like, that doctor always says, damn it, Jim, I'm a doctor, And I said, well, that could work with Carnivore. And then I didn't want to give anybody else that name, so I decided to use it.
Oh, that's awesome. I think I watched a few of your videos and it must be the scenery or something that kind of twigged with you. And that's how yeah.
Well, it was just good
So-
intuition or something because that's a totally different city, a different house, everything.
Oh, wow. And I said to the guys, I'm sure it's Mama Cracker. And we went back and looked at all your avatar and they're like, no, it's not. See, she had a different picture. So,
Oh, no.
yeah.
She has 2 accounts, is what it is, because Mama Cracker's still there.
I made that. Yeah.
That's what it is.
Oh, wow.
I said, well, okay, I'll do that. Just because I loved the way, I liked the way he always said, damn it, Jim, I'm a doctor, not a, and I
Right.
thought, man, it works so well. Also, Lindy, I wanted to ask you how your rebounder's doing.
Oh,
You
can
see
you
it
see
right
it in the
behind her, yeah.
background?
Yep.
Yeah. So I get up and I jump on it for 5 minutes and then go and do what I have to do, come back, jump on it another 5 minutes, sit down, and it's fantastic because my vibration plate doesn't work very well anymore, but I find that so much better. So, I've got hardly any fluid in my limbs at the moment. I feel really, really, really good. So I'm
Good,
loving
good,
it.
good.
It's
Oh, good.
been the best
You do it.
investment.
You do it with music?
No, sometimes I have music on, or sometimes I have a YouTube video playing. It
Oh, okay, yeah.
depends. But
Okay.
yeah, I just jump for about 5 minutes and then jump off. So
Well, that's pretty
yeah,
much what I do, and then the dogs jump on me, and then I always have music on about 5 minutes, and then later on in the day, I'll
yeah,
go, "Well, there it is, so I'll do it again." Yeah.
yeah.
Okay,
Well,
cool.
I had it in the bedroom, and I just never went down that side of the house because I'm always working. But I thought if it's here, even if I go to the toilet, I'll go to the toilet, jump on it before I sit down, and that way I'm doing it several times a day.
Put it in the
And
doorway
I
of the
love it.
toilet so that you can, like, jump on it and jump off to the toilet, and then jump off the toilet off and into the doorway.
Oh, I don't think I wanna jump with a full bladder.
Oh, yeah,
That's
that's true.
probably not a
Like,
good thing.
Well, anyway, that's the only reason I wanted to come in, just to let you know that that was me. And, I'm
Excellent.
just gonna pop in once in a while because I like that name.
We love seeing it. Do that.
That's a
Um,
great
That's
name.
awesome. Thank you.
all right, I'm gonna go because it doesn't even have the picture of my deer there or anything.
Oh,
no
Yeah,
never
worries.
mind.
and I'm gonna be incognito forever, I think, because I don't need my picture up out there. I'll just use my voice and sing to everybody. Okay.
No worries. It's great to
Yes,
see you.
I'll see
Thank
you guys.
you.
I'll see you guys in the chat room.
All
For
righty.
sure.
Sounds
We'll
good.
see you.
Bye.
See you,
Take care.
Fatima.
Bye. Oh, that was lovely.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much, big man. And yeah, we'll be talking later, but have a good night. I hope you're feeling better and don't sweat the weight stuff. That's going to come. You just got to eat, man.
Yep.
Yeah,
Man, Brett, you're making me hungry. That bacon bomb. I haven't had anything but beef now in like 49 days. So all that pork
Oh,
sounds
wow.
good. Uh,
I've never had a smoked thing before, like a smoked beef or something. I wouldn't know how to, but
well, you're missing out.
mm,
Smoking is the best for sure.
yeah. Try not to cannibalize anyone
Yeah.
this week.
Yeah. I want to see you seasoning up any of your friends. Right, Brandon, any of your friends. Exactly, Mike. That is a great one.
Yeah,
Right.
she had this little stump, but yeah, I don't know why I had an inkling it was Mama Cracker. Yeah,
Oh,
I got it.
Keith wants a link to Mama Crackers. Rebounder is a new dating site. Well, exactly. That's funny. Oh, what did that guy? Oh, there was a funny Trump joke about that. I got to remember it. Appreciate it, John.
I feel sorry for friends and family suffering with health problems. They can see my progress but don't join in. There's nothing you can do about it, Diana, unfortunately. When they come to you, once lead by example, hopefully they will turn around and say, "Hey, can you help me?" And that's when you can get them then. Just tell them your story, give them some links. But until they're ready to make that decision, it's out of your hands. So
You can hop in on this link if you guys want to say hi or have any chats or anything you want to promote or anything. Hop on in.
ask a
But
question. Yeah.
make fun of Michael's face, whatever you want to do.
Give Todd a hard time.
Like,
I vote for that one.
Anybody got a
sure.
story? Has anyone got a story to share? to tell.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever ripped a toilet off the wall in Grave Falls, Montana? You know, something like that. I can't be the only one that has these embarrassing experiences.
Yeah, God, I've blocked everything out. Like, I just don't want to even think about life back then. So yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah, it's too funny not
Yeah.
to make a little bit of hard time. I know, and that's what I'm saying, Mike. There's got to be other people. There's got to be other people out there that life was a living comedy.
I did like the plane trip as well. Your plane story was pretty good.
Plane's my favorite.
You know, I
Yeah.
think it's just, you know, all those could have been sad stories and they could have been traumatic stories if you know, my dad, if he just didn't treat everything with humor, like our natural reflex was to see the humor in everything. And stuff. It was just too funny. Oh my gosh. You
I'm
know,
going to board the plane for Texas, and I'm going to, go sit down. I'm going to just picture Todd reclining in his seat, talking to the man behind him every 5
exactly.
minutes.
Looking at that dude's beard, I'm like, oh, so rough. Yeah,
At
you're
least I
gonna
know where the button is if it happens to me.
exactly. Hey, bud, guess we're in this together. So, what do you do?
I hadn't had a good laugh like that for years. Like, I watch comedians all the time, and I sit there like, I just don't laugh at all. But you made me laugh that night.
That's good. I made myself laugh when I was on that plane. I can tell you that. I was cracking up. I was just like, this is just too funny. This is like
Yeah.
it's like a Chris Farley physical comedy or something happening to me right now.
Yeah,
Ah,
snowboarding and seeing your own butt.
that was true. I mean, it sounds funny, but when I saw my own butt, I was like, oh, I'm dead. You don't get to see your own butt and live to tell about it. That's not something that gets to happen. You know, I mean, what would you think if you saw the inside of your own ear? You know, you would think, oh, I'm dead. That's what I thought when I saw my butt. I still don't know how it happened.
I'm going to make a short on that.
Well, I was seriously, I was like, oh, I'm dead. I'm gonna get down to the bottom, and I'm gonna find out that my spine has been dislodged from my torso. And and I almost landed on my own head with my own butt, and I saw it for a brief second, and then the lights are gonna go out when I get down here. That's what I thought was gonna happen. I thought surely I just got torn in two on this slope somehow. My complete dislocated. Uh yeah, she was so mad. Trapped in F bomb just like that. It was so funny.
Yeah, unbelievable.
That's so funny.
I can relate to the snowboarding one. Does not seem my butt. Sure, you got
Oh,
a story to tell with your triathlon that you did.
exactly.
Must be something that happened there.
I don't know. I think we all have funny stories. Sometimes we have a hard time getting through the embarrassment of them to see the humor in them is all. But it's there,
Yeah.
trust me. Because if it would have happened, like all you got to do is back up and go, all right, if this was happening to my brother, would I be laughing my butt off right now? And the answer was totally.
Yep.
Your
Yeah.
brother was looking up, talking to a dude's, beard.
I absolutely love your attitude because, you can have a laugh about it, whereas I take it
For sure.
personally and serious, and it just puts me deep into hiding. So I love that you can get out there and just, it is
We're
what it
gonna
is,
change
and
that. We'll
just
show you how to just
I
joke about it, you know,
I'm changing. Yeah, like I am not giving a hoot anymore. Yeah,
for sure.
not
It's
taking
life's just
everything to heart.
well, and the more that we're in this carnivore community, right? Nobody's got all the answers. Nobody's got it all together. That's all just a big joke, you know.
Yeah.
Everybody's struggling, same thing. I mean, just tonight listening to DC's talk, I forget what he even said exactly, but and that's just because this keeps happening over and over. I mean, me and DC's, symptoms, our health problems couldn't be further apart. But it was when when he said being stuck in bed was restrictive. I was saying that same thing. I was like, no, people call this diet restrictive. Being stuck in that chair was restrictive. Being able,
Yeah.
not able to get to the bathroom was restrictive. This diet is, it gives me all the freedom in the world. And DC was repeating that same thing. That those words have literally came out of my mouth before, and we couldn't
Yeah.
be further apart. But it's all the same thing, right? That's why this is the same disease. We just have different symptoms, but it's the same, very, very similar experience for all of us. So
Mm.
we're all more united and in the same boat than we really know. And so that's why I just got to laugh at the funny things because it's just funny when I saw that woman's eyes and she saw the bad news. I was gonna be sitting next to her. She couldn't contain herself. She just goes, F bomb, drops it. And right then, and I'm so glad that she had that strong reaction because it would have been awkward if she would have taken it better. It would have actually been awkward, but because because her soul just left her body and she just drops it like that. It just put me over the edge, and it's like, this is so funny. That was the perfect, funny, terrible response to have. It just took it to this level where, oh, this is just gonna be fun now. I'm gonna be this woman's hell persona.
Worst nightmare, huh?
I just enjoyed every minute of it. I'm like, yeah, your 8XL, name. It was so fun. Oh my gosh.
Hi, Ivy.
Hey, Ivy, how are you?
Maybe I scheduled a little bit earlier today. It's hard with these time zones. I don't know. Yeah, I get confused. You
It's all
popped
right.
another rib. Poor Sandra. As long as the dog doesn't get lost like last time. I think the dog ran off and yeah.
I don't think she gets Washington's birthday off.
No.
Oh, Washington's birthday. Is it? Happy birthday. So do you get a public holiday? So it's a long weekend for you, is that right?
I guess so. Mike, what is it? Is Washington's birthday? Is that President's Day, probably? Yeah.
So you get a public holiday. Oh,
I don't follow any of those
Not everybody
because
takes it, but yeah,
yeah,
some
because
places do.
yeah.
I'm not a banker. So
Banker hours. That's right. It's
yeah,
banker holiday.
exactly.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
don't even have weekends off. I work literally 7 days a week. So it's all the same to me. That's why my days get a bit blurry sometimes.
I still freak
Much-
out when I hear Todd's voice.
That's all the time. That's because he's worried if he doesn't if he if he doesn't answer, he knows he's getting a nitpick pretty soon. So he gets pretty nervous. He's got to get to the phone pretty quick.
Yeah, with you on that, Todd. Carnivore is freedom, not restrictive.
Exactly.
Yeah.
100%.
See you, Jill.
See you, Jill. Don't eat anybody. Thanks for coming by, though, Jill.
Todd just cracks me up. Too bad I didn't know you in my drinking days.
Right? Oh, you didn't want to know me in my drinking days. I thought the things that I did were pretty funny when I was drunk, but I had to stop that.
Well, he could still have fun without the drinks. That's a good thing. We don't need drinks to have fun.
No, some of the drinking stories were funny though, but yeah, that's why I had to quit. They were hilarious. Oh, yeah. On New Year's one time, I shotgunned 3 full bottles of champagne, and then I went deaf. I was the only guy I know that's ever drank himself deaf. It was funny because the music was just super loud in there, and all of a sudden, after 3 bottles, like I couldn't hear anything.
Oh, wow.
Oh, this isn't going to be good. That was pretty funny.
She popped a rib and I ate some last night. Made beef ribs, ribeye ribs on the smoke yesterday. They're pretty good. I filmed it and debating on making a video. Yes, please do and tag us in it because I want to see. I haven't seen smoked ribs. I'd love to try them
I'll
one
wait till
day.
Michael's fasting and then I'll send him the link.
So you're
Absolutely.
planning another fast, Michael?
Yeah.
Yeah. When are you
Probably
thinking?
maybe the last week of February.
Last week, February. Do you feel like you'll be ready for another fast? I'm just asking because, I've been pushing these 84-hour fasts and it kind of caught up to me. I don't think I was eating, I don't think I was priming enough in between them.
I think I will be. I missed the feeling of that fast when I was in it.
Sure.
I'm on the low edge now, and I want to get back up to where I was. I just don't feel the same. I feel
Right.
different now that I'm out of it. I don't know if it was from just being with the ketones being so high, and now that I'm on the opposite end of it, and I'm like crashing. I don't know. I've noticed I'm different now that I'm not doing the fast, and I had the same problem in November.
Yeah.
Oh,
So you feel low. You probably feel low energy and low.
I am. Yeah,
kind
I'm
of
at
blue.
I'm at a bottom right now.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I'm like on the verge of kind of like being depressed, and
Yeah.
I'm not there, but I just feel completely different than I normally do. You guys see,
Oh
I'm
yeah.
quiet, and
Yeah.
I've pulled back a lot, and
We hadn't
No.
noticed.
Yeah.
I know, but it's something, and I really think it has to do with ketones because
Well,
my numbers have been super low, even when I'm taking it now,
hey Michael,
and
could you get one of those CGMs? Do you have enough of a blood sugar problem that it would get you a CGM? No,
no, I don't.
I was just curious.
My blood sugar's always been. It was amazing. It would piss people off that were diabetic. I'm 700 pounds, and here, my blood sugar was 120, no matter what I'd eat.
Right.
My blood sugar was perfect.
But it makes sense, right? They pretend like obesity. Most diabetics aren't extremely obese.
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, skinny.
Yeah.
I know.
They're skinny, and that's because we have fat to hide the sugar and glucose in.
Right, stores it in there. Yeah,
It stores it, and it saves you from that stuff. It's kind of funny.
that's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, being fat sucks, but also, and it's a kind of a blessing in a way because if you're as metabolically sick as we were, and you don't gain the weight, then you're gonna have bad diabetes, you're gonna have MS, you're gonna have a real serious autoimmune problem. That's amazing, Keith. Congratulations too on a year. That's huge.
Well
That's
done.
huge. Yeah.
Yeah.
Huge deal.
I'm gonna start for probably a 5-day and take it from there, and see how I go.
Right on.
I've been eating a lot of eggs lately, guys. Do you guys make deviled eggs at all? I haven't tried any carnivore deviled eggs yet.
I used to make deviled egg salad, but I haven't made actual deviled eggs. But I used to take eggs and I would take the yolks out, and I would take the yolks and I'd mix them up, and I would just add some smoked paprika, and I would add some vinegar to them, and I might add some chives, but usually that was it: smoked paprika and vinegar. And then I would use an avocado mayo, and this is why I stopped because I did not like the avocado mayo. But then I would make an egg salad with the avocado mayo, the egg yolks, and then I would chop up bacon and put it in there, and it'd be bacon deviled egg salad. But now that I know how to make bacon mayo and butter mayo, I think I'm gonna, when I go back to eating eggs, I think I'm gonna put that on the list because bacon egg salad is amazing if you've never tried it.
I only make them when we've got people coming over and I make it and put it on a board. But for myself, I just have raw egg yolks and I dip my steak in it. That's all. I don't usually eat the whites.
Hmm. I bet so. I bet that helped.
I think it really has with mood. I really think it does. 'Cause I notice when I'm
Yeah.
down, I'm down.
So
For
but
sure.
you've got the meter to be able to detect that as well. Whereas, yeah,
And my
I've
meter's
never.
been really low. My numbers.
Yeah. So it's a be a good experiment to see if it happens again if you get that high when you're fasting.
You know, it's interesting that you said that too. It's because after that 5-day fast for me, Michael,
Did you hit it too?
I
You
had
hit a
well, I'd
bottom.
been low that whole time, and I was trying to fast through it and eat through it. And it actually wasn't until I started eating a lot more food, but in 4 meals out of the day, that and having salt. I put salt back in my diet 3 days ago because I was having brain fog last Sunday when I was on the show here.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, I got to fix that. Something's wrong. And so I'm like, okay, maybe the I'd been doing some dry fasting with the wet fasting and I wasn't having sodium. So I was like, I think something's wrong there. So I put that back in and I had I broke up my protein, but into 4 meals. It's the best I felt since I started carnivore. Like I hadn't felt that good since like that kind of honeymoon period that you have in that first like 3-4 months. I felt actually, I think even better than that. When I
Wow.
started doing that. It was crazy. I felt so good, so relaxed. And in addition to that, I started making myself put the phone down, put the tablets down. I have these blue light blocking glasses now. And I was been going to bed earlier trying to get 7 hours in. And whatever that combination. And then lo and behold, I did that for 3 days, ate, lost like 15 pounds of fluid. And then today's the highest ketone readings.
Number.
Yeah, I mean, I just ate. I'd had eaten 15 hours earlier, and I put up higher ketones eating 15 hours earlier than I did on a 70, 84-hour
Yeah.
fast.
Yeah. Does that make sense?
It makes no sense whatsoever, but I was blowing. So there's something there, there really is something there. That feeling that you're talking about that you're looking for, I chase it too.
Yep.
And it does seem to absolutely correlate with ketones.
It does.
Wow.
Mhm.
I can't wait till I get mine. My little meter.
For sure. There you go, B-Dog.
Like, awesome. I think my environment and week will keeps me from fasting longer than 20 hours. The kitchen is carb and sugar heavy. Yeah.
For sure. Absolutely. For sure.
You stay in touch with your body and mind so it's easier to spot something off. I intermittently fast 18 hour and eat breakfast 10 and dinner before 4.
That's
Yeah.
awesome. Yeah, it's that I really just think this is an elimination diet so that we can really get used to hearing our body and having very small variables, right? Like we do things very calmly and small adjustments so
Yeah.
that
No, nothing drastic. Yeah.
yeah. And I think
Mm.
and then we build on that, and that goes from protein to fat ratios, from fasting to feasting windows, and from sleep and stress. We can account for all of these things and just kind of dial it in and heal up.
But your journey's always changing. You're not doing on the same meal plan all the time. You need to change things up.
Mhm.
Things stop or stall, and you just need to adjust accordingly. So it's
I'm looking forward to about 40 days from now when I can have an egg. I'm going to eat the heck out of some eggs in 40 days. I can tell you that for sure. For certain. Let's see. Yeah, definitely sleep
yes.
too.
Sleep is important. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just now figuring that out. But
Yeah, I was sleeping well until this last week with Valentine's Day, and then we had 2 all-nighters, and that threw me. And so I'm still finding that I'm getting back on my feet. But yeah, definitely need to keep that sleep up. That really impacted me.
absolutely. Yep. I don't know. That's going to be interesting. And I don't know. I'm just waiting for I'm waiting to get that CGM because I want to see what that stuff says, and then I'll make some videos on that, kind of what I think and how it's if it's affecting my energy and my mental clarity. Because that's, I was telling Lindy, I was like, we get so, I mean, I'm smack dab in the middle of carnivore everything, right? I spend a lot of time on carnivore, and I feel like I know a lot now. And I
Yeah.
still find myself sitting here going, I really had to, it's funny, but I really had to sit here and question my own sanity when I was sitting here going, all right, I can't do alternate day fasting because I get brain fog on fasting days. So what I should do is I should fast at the end of the week so I don't have brain fog on the weekend, or so I don't have brain fog during the week when I'm working. I can have brain fog on the weekend. Then I was like, should I be trying to deal with brain fog? Like, maybe there's something wrong if I'm dealing with brain fog. This is why I'm not fasting this week, because I started questioning my own sanity of putting something into this system when I'm trying to heal my body that's causing me to clearly have some sort of brain fog issue. So that
Yeah.
was a problem. I was like, actually, I don't think this is smart to be incorporating that problem in there. If I was getting the energy that I need and the
See,
minerals that I need,
when I was fasting, I didn't get brain fog.
I get it bad.
I found myself more sharper than ever. It
I
was
did.
unreal.
I do some of the times, but some of the times not. It's about 50-50. And I don't know if it's I don't know. I don't know if it's because sometimes I'm doing it stressed and I'm having an insulin response. I don't know if it's because I don't know. I don't know what it is. I know what you're saying because I've had fast where, like, let's say the last 30 hours of that almost 6-day fast we were all on, or well, you took it crazy, but I was feeling that way. I had good brain energy, but until the very end, so I lost it, then I got it back, and then I lost it again. I don't know if it's electrolytes or whatever,
Yeah.
but then how when I'm
Could be.
fasting, I keep getting hoarse. Like my throat gets hoarse and my voice,
Right.
I start to lose my voice. I found out that they said that that's a sign of adrenal fatigue and thyroid gland. So then I'm like, oh, well, that makes sense. If I'm having adrenal fatigue and I'm having a thyroid gland response to my voice and I'm having brain fog, those were all enough red flags to me that, okay, I'm just not ready to be doing this because I'm going to have to heal something up. Some kind of tissues needing healed because I'm having like an adrenal or a stress response or something that's causing my adrenal problem that's causing my thyroid problem in my throat. So it's just kind of weird, but there's enough red flags that it was finally like, all right, maybe I need to heal up a little bit more. Maybe that's what it is, And lo and behold, that was 3 days ago. And so I added salt back in. I broke up my meals into 4 meals instead of 2, but eating the same amount. And I didn't fast this week. I dropped 15 pounds and my energy went through the roof.
Amazing.
Yeah. So I'm
And
like,
you don't have that tickle like you normally have. It's not
no,
as
I don't.
bad as some
No.
weeks are really bad.
Yeah, I
So,
don't have that at all. I don't have a frog in my throat or nothing today. And
yeah.
sometimes it feels like I have like
Something
literally a
stuck there.
marble stuck there.
Yeah, much better today.
Yeah, so it's super weird, right? But
Mm.
that was and it's just funny because still I'm sitting here going, so why am I trying to strategize when to have a non-functioning brain so that I can like, maybe that's not a good plan. Maybe if the plan requires you to be slightly brain dead for half of a week, maybe you need to change the plan, you idiot. That's what I was thinking this week.
Yeah. No, you're doing well, but just keep it simple, guys. Don't stress the
Overthink it.
details.
Nope.
Yeah.
For sure. For sure. Let's see here.
That's for you.
Oh, DC's back in.
Oh my God, guys.
Did all your work?
I went and did an interview and you guys are still here.
Yeah,
For
we can't
sure.
shut Todd off. He just like chat, doesn't stop.
We're just getting chitty chatty. why for the smelling salts. I'm trying the smelling salts because I was so addicted to all these uppers, and now I do miss not having any kind of uppers. And I thought, well, maybe I'll try smelling salts because I see these Joe Rogan type guys trying them, and they say it wakes up your brain. Well, and honestly, just to what our talk was here about, I was suffering from some brain fog too, and that might get me through it. So I ordered them, but then I was sitting here going, all right, I need to not schedule brain fog into my standard routine. It's not a good idea. So I'm kind of rethinking that. But I'm trying to find healthy uppers, right? So like right now it's vitamin B1, vitamin B12, Wim Hof breathing. I looked through the ingredients, what seems to be mostly some amino acids, but in that alpha brain stuff that Joe Rogan, those guys say are good. I don't know. I'm not a big thing on supplements, but if it works, I wanted to see if that worked. And then I also ordered the smelling salts because they say that gives you a bunch of wakes up your brain. So I just want to see if that's true or not.
I
Have you
love
ever tried
the
smelling salts,
I
DC?
think carnivore really wakes up your brain.
Oh, it does. But you know what I mean? Like, have you ever just been feeling low energy and you wanted the upper that you used to get, and you don't have a resort to it or anything?
That's actually something I'm going to be talking about. I'm going to do a video on too. Like a lot of people, when you start feeling tired, they need to eat some more fat. When you're fat adapted and you start feeling tired, then you need to eat more fat. That's your energy source.
Right.
Um,
Well, and then there's
I mean, I get that there too. Like I start feeling sluggish and I'm thinking, oh, gee, I feel tired. But have a slice of butter and you feel fantastic afterwards.
Picks you up.
Another thing too is movement. When people if you're sitting down for too long, like if you're sitting down, you're watching TV, and you start feeling sleepy, and you think, oh, I better go brush my teeth, and you go brush your teeth, and then you can't sleep because you got up and you actually expended some energy. When you expend energy, you get energy back. You need to when you start, you just like slow down and stop moving for so long, your body just thinks it goes into sleep mode. All right.
for sure.
So movement really helps you to wake up and get rid of that brain fog as well.
Yeah, and I love that in the morning. Like I am getting a new addiction to waking up in the morning, and I like to do these resistant bands workouts in the morning because it just makes my muscles and my back feel really good first thing to get loose, And then I just do about 25 minutes I just do like hammer curls, skull crushers, incline, dumbbell presses and stuff on my bench. Just a couple things to get it flowing. And then I walk a little bit on the treadmill. And that's the best I can feel. That's the best wake up in the morning is just getting the blood flowing,
I would swap that around. I'd do the walking on the treadmill first and then do the
So,
weights. Yeah, because that way it's walking is more of a full body sort of warm up. Okay.
yeah.
And then you'll do the weights a lot easier and a lot better. You
Okay.
won't be so restricted.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll
Get some
definitely give that a
get
try.
some blood flow into the joints, and then you won't feel as much pain when you first start. So
Okay. Yeah, I'll
just give it a
definitely try
try.
that. Yeah, I will.
Hmm.
How do you feel on your rebounder in the morning? Do you feel like it gives you a bump of energy, Lindy?
Oh gosh, yeah, it makes such a difference. I love it. It wakes me up. I feel energized. It loosens my muscles. Sometimes after a long night's sleep, because I don't move a lot in bed, I'm just in one position the whole time. It loosens everything up. And especially after my week of working at the shop, everything was sore. And I find that loosens up my sore muscles. So I can walk a lot better and I straighten up a lot more. So yeah, I
You
love
get that
it.
blood flow into the joints and
Yeah.
muscles. That really makes a big
And
difference.
just the fluid. I've got no fluid in my feet. And I didn't when I was fasting, it's the same feeling with not having the fluid in my feet. And as soon as I stopped fasting, the fluid came back. And now I've got that feeling again, but without the fasting, just by doing some rebounding.
Yeah. It's really important to, especially as you get older. I mean, when you're young and fit and anything, you like I would just go straight in the gym, no warm up, and just attack it. But it's really important to do a warm up. Like if I do like a leg workout or lower sort of body workout sort of thing, I'll do a full body warm up. If I do like an upper body workout, the first thing I do is work on, like, I'll spend at least 5, maybe sometimes 10 minutes warming up my shoulders, just getting the blood into the joints, because it's otherwise that way you avoid injuries.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I do like using the resistance bands, because and this goes to your point, because if I tried lifting before the resistance bands, everything hurt. But when I would
Yep.
use the resistance bands first, man, it made it so much easier to do the free weights.
Loosening up. Yep.
Yeah,
Mm.
felt so much
Yeah.
better.
You got to get blood into the joints. You got
Yeah.
to protect them. Mm.
No, it's good, but I was just surprised how much you get a shot of energy. And let's see, Carnivore Stork. Yeah, I don't do coffee. I don't do any caffeine anymore. So I only drink water, and I'm staying away from caffeine. And I heard I was addicted to caffeine. I don't like things that I'm addicted to. And I heard that caffeine doesn't actually give you energy. It just blocks some sort of receptor saying that you're tired or something. And
Pretty much.
I just don't, I don't feel like having those things anymore. And I know that's silly to say and then say, so I'm going to sniff pneumonia and smelling salts. I'm just going to try it once, because I've never tried it. Because the biggest thing that I seem to suffer from, and this could have been, I don't talk about this a lot, but I did have an episode when I had COVID, and I don't know what happened, but it had a significant effect on my brain when I had COVID. I would stop breathing at night when I was sleeping, and that would happen quite a bit. But one night I stopped breathing, and my oxygen got down into like the low 60s and high 50s. And when I woke up, my head hurt worse than anything. I didn't know where I was. I was super confused. I thought I might have had a stroke or something. Like, it was that bad. And it it took 6 or 8 hours before I could even just kind of get that fat head feeling and a little bit stabilized to where I was. And that was why I ended up going to the hospital. And after that, it took me like 7 months of carnivore. I could not recall words. I stumbled. I couldn't speak clearly. I couldn't. I was breaking up. My sentences were getting broke up because I couldn't recall words. That happened for like 7 months, and then it finally came back. Thank God. But I still do have these when I'm fasting, or when I'm not eating, a bunch of fat, or when I'm not getting electrolytes. I have these brain fog issues, and it bugs me. And so I'm
Yeah.
always looking for something to have more brain energy, just to feel awake.
Yeah. Well, like you said, though, if you are fasting or you're not having enough fat, you get that brain fog.
Yeah.
Because you're fat adapted. Your energy source is fat. Your brain, it uses more energy than anything else. So you need to keep that fat energy up to the brain.
Yeah. Well, and it's frustrating, right? Because I have a bunch of body fat to lose, but I also feel like it's either, I don't know if it's mitochondrial issues, like mitochondrial fatigue or whatever, or if it's lymphatic issues, possibly. But some,
Okay.
like my body doesn't seem to have enough pathways to stored fat, that it still needs some dietary fat. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, even if you I mean, do have a lot of large fat stores, you still need dietary fat to feed your brain. Because that's where, I mean, it just gets absorbed into your lymphatics and your lymph fluid, and that gets pushed up to your brain.
Mm.
The transfer, like when you have, like, say, high cholesterol, for example, you have so your lipoproteins are transport for fat that is produced energy from your liver. Okay, because that transports the fat, right?
Right.
So that, I mean, you still, even you can't always run on stores. Like, it's dietary cholesterol, dietary fat is more or it's easier for your body to use as an immediate energy than it is for rather than what's already stored. Plus, the fat that you've stored is not going to be as clean as the fat that you eat from your diet as well.
Right.
So it's
That's
going to
what
choose the better source.
Yeah,
good
that's what I've been
point.
wondering too, because isn't just the fat where a bunch of oxalates and all that
Mm.
stuff hide?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so it just takes time. Like it's taking you time, but at least you're on the right path. And when you there's an old saying is like it doesn't matter how hard you row if you're in the wrong boat, but at least you're in the right boat. So it doesn't matter how fast or how slow it takes, you're still going to get there.
For sure. Well, and the biggest thing I think for all of us, and this is what I'm so happy about, is there is no debate or question or resistance or urges or cravings or anything for bad food. I mean, this is all now. It's just become a balance of meat and fat and salt and water and fasting and sleep and exercise. That's a great balance to be trying to achieve right now, rather than at least I don't no longer have to stress over not eating these terrible things and finding the right diet. That's all put to bed. So now I feel it is a matter of time. But I'm just you get I don't know, they call it the honeymoon period or whatever, but you so used to feeling so good on that kind of ketosis high. I'm always
Yeah.
chasing that now, and if my brain's not functioning like that, well, like Michael's fighting right now too. He's feeling a little bluesy from coming off his 21-day fast.
Yeah.
So,
It's hard for you. I mean, a fast is a pretty big assault on your body, and it takes time for you to recover from that.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, it's not an unhealthy thing. It's just like this is the thing. People sort of they I mean, people literally stress about avoiding stress at the moment, but
right.
there's good stress and bad stress. And when it comes to like improving your life, improving your health, there are stresses that you put your body through, like such as fasting, exercising, eating the right foods, which will help you recover. And like chasing a goal is another good stressor. Okay, like chasing a lifetime goal, compared to bad stress, where obviously everything's just falling around, your life apart, sort of thing. But yeah the way people look at it these days, and they're trying to avoid cortisol, obviously, but cortisol has a benefit to the body as well. So don't avoid stress, just try and control it in a positive stress. Like your body needs to go through stresses to progress. So, and so does your mind. You need to no growth comes without pain. Okay.
Right. Absolutely. Bella at the Steak and Butter Gang, she drinks room temperature water. I know she won't drink cold water. I'm not sure though.
There's there's a lot of people say, like, drink warm water, but when they say that, it is room temperature is what they mean. Don't boil it or anything like, and drink it hot. I personally, I don't think there's that much of a difference. Like, especially in Australia, I prefer it cold, especially summer at the moment. I love cold water, as cold as possible. But I don't really think there's that many. I don't think it would be insignificant sort of benefit really to drinking at room temperature from cold.
The only difference it makes to me is I drink more water when it is cold.
It's cold. Yep.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
drink. I'll drink it because I like drinking it. Where
Yeah.
when I drink warm water, I got to be pretty thirsty to drink room
Right.
temperature water.
Yeah, that would be one, I suppose, one benefit of drinking at room temperature, because many people do drink too much water. And they sort of, when you drink too much water, you're sort of pretty much flushing out all your electrolytes and disrupting your gut biome and everything like that. So
That's very true. And I mean, because I've been in a spot now when I'm doing these 84-hour fasts where I struggle now not to do dry fast because my natural instinct, well, dry fasts are just easier than wet fasts are. They are, you know.
Yeah.
And so my body sure likes to tap into my electrolytes or whatever and just live off of that. It's a lot easier, you know. I don't know, it's very strange, but so I definitely could see that
Yeah.
being the case
Mm.
for sure. Oh man, we've been on here 3 hours, 1 minutes.
Yeah.
We got a little chatty tonight. We had an awesome crowd. And let's see what pursuit of bliss here. Cold water actually requires the body to warm up, so it burns a little more energy to handle.
And
Mm,
that's
makes sense.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
So,
man, we appreciate you coming on with us, DC. And man, we
anytime, man.
made it through another. What episode was this? Was this 20?
20.
Number 20. Yeah.
We made it 20 weeks.
Wow.
Very good.
Can you believe that we've been chattering for 3 hours a week for 20
For
weeks?
20
and
weeks.
People are
And people still show up. Yeah.
Not
Well,
too
yeah.
shabby.
They all enjoy a good conversation. Yeah, so
for
that's
sure. Good people.
We're going to have to do something special for our 25th.
Yeah, that'll be our 6 month, 26. We do 26.
26, is it? 6 month?
Yeah.
Okay.
That'll
All
be our
right.
6 month, halfway mark. We'll have to do a half anniversary.
Sounds
Do I-
good.
Here's a bit of a question for you. What has been your most unexpected benefit from carnivore diet since you started?
For me, it was definitely healing my addictive tendencies. Like I didn't expect that. Like, I was a long time gambling addict, and I had quit it for a long time and had it under control, but the monkey was still on my back, it never went away. It was always there, along with all my other habits, sugar, all those things. And I, depression, anxiety, and all those things were there. And when I did it, that all disappeared. And I did not see that coming. I didn't, I quit Copenhagen, I quit tobacco, all the things that I was addicted to, all the things that were my vices that had me in a headlock for all these years, they're just gone. I'm not addicted to anything,
Yeah.
and I didn't know that that was a mental hormonal health thing until carnivore. I never expected that,
Yeah, I noticed like the more carnivores I speak to, any sort of addiction that they had, they just lose a taste for along the way as they progress, as they keep going. It's just they lose a taste for it, whether it's alcohol, gambling, or anything else, sugar. They just lose that taste for it. It's really impressive, isn't it?
It is, because
It
it's
is.
just, it goes to show you that whole thing, and it makes sense. Our powers that be want us to be compulsive. They want us to be
Right.
weak-willed. They want us to be
Yeah.
easily manipulated.
Yeah, but I think one of the things is you are satisfied when you are on the carnivore because you got your body has all the nutrients that it needs, and it not only can feel good but think properly. You're just more satisfied with life. You're more satisfied with who you are, and you don't need.
Content.
Yeah, that's right. You don't need the external sort of validation or anything else. So I think that's really that's a special thing.
Because I used to be compulsive in the way that everything diet related had to be some big thing because it had to happen now. It had to work now, had to work in a hurry. It had I needed to see results right now. I had plans by the end of the week, the end of the month, places that I needed to be with this plan, and it all had to work or else it was just a failure. And now it's like I don't care. I'm eating meat, I'm feeling good, and my body's gonna heal in its own time,
Yeah. How about you guys, Lindy, Michael?
Oh, I certainly didn't expect carnivore to work. I failed lap band. I failed millions of diets, everything. And I didn't expect any different from carnivore. And yeah, look at me now. I've got that food freedom that I didn't even know what food freedom was until experiencing it now. No idea. So yeah, just getting my life back. I've been given a second chance at life.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's liberating.
I
Mm.
completely agree with what Lindy just said. It's with starting this, you didn't think it was going to work, that you would get to where you're at and
Mm.
see the changes that have been made in such a short time. That
Yeah.
just by what you're sticking in your mouth and what you're not sticking in your mouth.
Mhm.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Now the only
Yeah,
thing I
like
stick in my mouth is my
it.
foot.
Well, yeah, we all do that. Doesn't matter if you're carnivore or not. So, yeah. But it like you said, it's very liberating, and yeah, it's one thing is like people complain about the restrictive or the restrictions that you have on carnivore diet, but being stuck at home or being stuck on medications for the rest of your life, that's restriction.
Yes.
Being limited in movement and how you feel, that's restriction.
Dealing with
This is
pain daily, and it's
Daily
this is
pain.
liberating. This takes away all the restrictions, so you can actually go out and enjoy your life. You get outside and do things. Yeah, it's quite the opposite. So I think it's a
And why
liberating diet, not a restrictive diet.
and why would you want to go back to your old ways? There's just
Yeah, that's
no
right.
way.
Yeah.
No way.
you're never going to forget where you were when you started this.
No.
And
Nothing tastes as good as you feel right now.
Nope.
No.
and
No,
I can't wait until I'm another 6 months from where I'm at now,
right.
Yeah.
till I can really start experiencing being out again. I still haven't experienced that, so
Yeah.
that's something that I'm still looking forward to.
Actually, that's something someone said to me the other day is if you feel this good like 1-2 years into it, think how great you're going to feel in 5 years, in 10 years
Exactly.
or more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that I think about that a lot when I see Kelly Hogan and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my gosh, we're gonna grow young. We're gonna age in reverse.
Yeah.
We
No,
already are. We already are.
for sure. I
Yeah.
mean, I know, and mentally, I feel better than I did any time in my life. I always had anxiety and depression, always.
Yeah.
That's gone, and
So
I've never been a person that didn't have an addiction before. It seemed like I always had some kind of addiction. Caffeine, nicotine, something. There was always something I had to have and couldn't give up. And it's just, I
Well, that's
mean,
something too. Is and most people don't realize that they have addictions. But when you go into the carnivore diet, you
see
can
them.
see it a lot clearer. You think, oh wow,
Right.
I was addicted. Like I was definitely like if I had like a curry dinner or any excuse. Actually, I loved ice cream. Yeah, I just loved ice cream, and any excuse would do to have to go and get some ice cream. And you don't look at it as an addiction. You just look at it, well, it's just yummy. It tastes
Yeah.
great.
exactly.
It's treat, yeah.
So
Well, because there's
um,
that thing. If it's in the grocery store, it can't be that bad for you.
It
There's
is.
just
yeah,
not.
that's right. Yeah.
They wouldn't sell it if it's bad.
Our government wouldn't ever give us something that was truly bad and addictive. How stupid was that to think? Oh,
Yeah. But even if you're a fit and lean, I was, I figured, well, it yeah, it's okay to give myself a treat, it doesn't matter. I'm still fit. It's all good. But it wasn't all good,
oh. Well, it's funny that you say that, right? Because back when I do restrictive dieting and all that nonsense, one of the things that would get me to cheat the quickest was doing good for 2 or 3 weeks, feeling better. And I'd be like, I should celebrate by having a pizza and a pint of ice cream.
Yeah.
That would happen all the time. And then
Yeah.
you'd feel terrible, go off the
Yeah,
rails.
everyone does that. You have it like
Yeah.
a couple of weeks. You think, "Oh man, I've been good this week. Let's
I
party
deserve
this
this.
weekend."
Yeah.
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 You know,
Complete
and
waste
it's
of time.
totally different here because now it's like, people are like, oh, it's your birthday. Are you going to cheat? It's like, why would I go eat poison for my birthday to celebrate? I'm going to have a ribeye. I'm going to have a ribeye. I'm going to, I'm going to feel great. And that's what
I'll
I'm going to
double
do.
up on the ribeye.
Yeah, exactly.
Add some butter.
Exactly.
Exactly.
No, and
Yeah.
and people, I wish There's that Guardians of the Galaxy. Did you ever see that movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, where they had the point of view ray gun, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, where the depressed robot at the end shot all the other robots and they all died of depression. But I wish I had that point of view ray gun because I wish people could see how not restrictive this diet really is. Just like you said, when I was stuck in a chair and couldn't make it to the bathroom, couldn't drive, couldn't go outside, couldn't sleep in a bed, nothing would hold me, was sitting was constant pain. All those things, those are restrictive.
Yeah.
That's restrictive. This, I get to eat ribeyes.
Yeah.
Oh, boo-hoo for me. I get to eat ribeyes and be healthy and not have depression, anxiety, not have to take drugs, not have to spend my money on prescription drugs that are going to also lace me with side effects that are going to cause me to be on other prescription
That's
drugs.
another thing too. Like, it's really hard to fight an addiction if you don't know you have an addiction. You know, and when people on the SAD diet or Western style diet, they don't realize that they do have an addiction to the food, but they're also addicted to the medications that they're on. They're just any kind of ailment, they'll just say, "Oh, I'll just take a painkiller." Any kind of headache, any kind of joint pain, oh, let's take some more painkillers. Let's take some more medications. Let's take this. Let's take that. They're addicted to the cycle of poisoning themselves and taking medications for the food that they eat. It's a vicious cycle that they don't even know they're on the treadmill.
Right.
Yeah,
they don't. But don't you find that the more people you talk to and the more people in your circle, and like this is becoming less and less taboo, and more people are waking up and becoming a little bit open to it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think people are realizing that everything we've been lied to about everything else. So why not the food as well? And I think that's why. There's so much going on right now that people are waking up about the politics, about the medical fraternity, the hospital industry, and everything like that. And obviously, the water and food and everything is going to be the same, isn't it? So
exactly,
that's a good thing.
Exactly.
Overreach has helped waken a lot of people.
Very much so. That's what I've been saying. Now it's kind of funny because when I see stuff go through the news about some disastrous overreach, some stupid court case that some Soros paid for judge, is doing some stupid thing. I'm like, good, keep doing it. Keep waking everybody up. Keep pissing everybody off. Keep pushing us all to that line and see how it goes.
See what happens.
Yeah.
Same with these. That's why I don't get too sort of concerned or frustrated about these. I mean, it does get frustrating to watch these, vegan so-called doctors who are not really doctors, pushing their ridiculous books like How Not to Age, How Not to Die, and all this utter garbage. But the more ridiculous their bogus crap gets, the more people wake up. So just let them have at it. And I mean, the only people that there's always going to be a certain amount of people that don't wake up to it, but they're just. I mean, some people you just can't do anything for. You just can't help.
You can't drag them along, and you can't.
That's right.
Yeah, you gotta.
You can bring a horse to water, but you can't make them drink.
That's right.
So I don't get too frustrated with it. I mean, I like watching like Bart Kay tear him a new one. That's a good one. But honestly, the more ridiculous the ridiculous claims get, then the more people wake up to it as well.
Absolutely. And we only have so much energy and so many minutes in the day, and fighting with ideologues, like there's no reason to fight with those people. They're in a cult. They're not open to, have their mind change or to let the pursuit of truth and meaning decide, the outcome of anything. They already made up their mind. So why argue? That's why it's fun to argue with people, but anymore, I don't argue with those people. There's so many comments and stuff. I just don't spend time on them. Like if I want to make a real impact with anybody, it's to get healthy, get happy, do this with carnivore. And then when everybody else is suffering and looking for a way out, then I can tell them this is what I did,
Yeah.
this works. You can do it or
Yeah.
you can die in
There
your
you-
misery,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Just got to lead
Yeah,
by
I'm still
example.
here. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I'm still here. I hadn't had my heart attack. I don't have scurvy.
Stroke.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
And the more that we do it, I had this. So one of the things I do to get my story out is I go to other pages that are maybe butcher pages, whatever, and I put my story out there and I just put it in the comments and I hear people the craziest comments come in there and I ignore all the hate, but I like to see it, and then subscribers come and then we get talked to it. But I was surprised, maybe he's watching right now. This was a point to it, but I got one last night and I remember this guy because he said something. He goes, that's not even possible. You, if it is, start a YouTube channel or something. And I'm like, I have a YouTube channel and I have been creating. And he goes, he messaged me back, and this was a comment on one of my videos. He goes, I saw one of your comments and I thought it was BS or at least way overblown and out of proportion. But here I am listening to your story. Keep it up. Super inspiring.
Amazing, huh?
Oh, that's good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that was
Yeah.
a comment that was he was fighting me in another comment because he thought I was out here lying, like I was putting on a show or something. And I was like, it's all documented. You can see it. I got, I don't know how many videos out. And that changed people's mind, when they can see the result of it. And I'm like, yeah, I think
Seeing
this
is believing, huh?
I didn't
Yeah.
argue with anybody, you just put your story out there and people come in and they're like, oh, this is real,
People
'Cause-
need to visualize as well. That they all saying a picture is worth 1,000 words.
for sure.
It's so true.
Absolutely it is.
Mm.
Yeah, it's awesome. I look forward to seeing where this whole community and the documentary and everything is in another, 24 months. I think this is going to be pretty mainstream. I think the transformations that we're going to go through is going to be amazing. It's I really look forward to it. Then that's that's one of the biggest things. You know how long it's been since I looked forward to next
Something.
week, next year, anything?
Yep.
That didn't exist before Carnivore.
Tomorrow.
The only thing you're looking
Exactly.
forward to is the end of the day, so you can go
Yep.
to bed and try to get comfortable.
And you weren't like,
You weren't looking forward to doing it again the next day.
oh, you're like, if I don't
No.
wake up, all the better.
Yeah,
know?
True.
exactly.
Yeah, it's been
Yeah, that's
so.
right.
It's all changed.
Anything I ever used to look forward to is going back to sleep, so I could hopefully not wake up the next day.
Exactly.
But,
Yep.
yeah,
Got another chance at escape in the night.
yeah,
Yep.
Getting out of this
I know.
hellhole. Yep.
yeah, that's
Yep.
right.
Absolutely.
Hoping to anyway. But
Exactly. And what people need to know is we're all right there. We're all in that spot. And
yeah,
this really does pull you out. When your body heals and you have energy and life again, you don't have to be in that spot,
that's
Yeah.
right.
And
Yeah,
the change
exactly.
happens fast. The
Yeah,
change
faster
really
than
does
you
happen
think.
fast. Yeah.
It doesn't take years to bring you
Yeah.
back to the living into
That's
just-
the thing too, you think about a lifetime of abuse that your body has taken from the standard Western diet and everything else that around us to the short amount of time we spent on the carnivore diet and the healing that we've had. It's a huge difference.
it's a massive
and-
positive payoff,
Yeah.
And
It
when
really
you're in
is.
that dark place, you never think that you'd be able to get out of that.
No.
That's right.
You think that there's no way I can ever recover from this. And we
Yeah.
were all there.
Right. DC, think about if a doctor gave you a pill that
Yeah.
healed you like the carnivore diet. That thing would be the greatest selling
Selling
pill
pill
of all
ever.
time.
Yeah. Well, here's your
Yeah.
pill right here.
And they
Yeah,
don't
that's
care.
right.
They don't care. No. If I went, when I went to my cardiologist and I was down 200 pounds in 7 months, and he told me I needed to do diet, if I would have told them it wasn't because of carnivore, but it was because of some damn pill that they gave me, they would have patted themselves on the back and cheered themselves and said, "Of course,
Yeah.
because I'm a genius,
Yeah.
I'm the authority."
Exactly.
When I did it,
I know
with-
everything.
yeah, when I did it, they said it was a problem that they were worried about it, that I needed to fix that. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
so sick.
Yeah, it really
People-
is. Yeah.
People will
I mean-
pay thousands for that, but they won't pay for meat.
Yeah,
No,
Can't
he's
afford
right.
the steak, huh?
they'll
No,
pay
can't afford
$1,500 a month for a
If you could put that in a pill, people would mortgage their house to get to
They
pay
have
for
it.
it. You know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But they won't. Won't sit and eat a steak.
Right.
It's crazy.
I can't give
Really
up my
is.
carbs.
Yeah.
It's a really sick state of the world. People don't realize that just how close we are to the brink. For as a species, we are so far underdeveloped and malnourished,
Sick.
Going
and
backwards.
sick, going
Sick.
backwards, getting
Mm.
not even going backwards, but just going downhill. And we are so close to the edge. It's not funny.
No, it's not. When you hear stuff, when I hear Sean Baker talk about pushing his finger through vegans' bones when he's doing surgery, and when I hear him talk about, doing amputations on diabetics, and they wake up and he's like, "Hey, could we help you get off the sugar so you don't lose your other leg?" And they're like, "Oh, I could never do that." I mean, he made that video and he said it, gosh, he told that story so good because he's like, one of the things I hated doing was amputations. And he said, because when he said I cut a man's leg off and I put it in a recycling, or whatever receptacle. He said you hear this big thud in this, sack and can. And that's a human body part that I just threw away. That was just got discarded. And he goes, it's an eerie sound that really sits with you. Sew him up.
Yeah.
The guy comes to, and I say, can we help you get on a diet so you don't lose the other leg? And he's like, oh, I could never quit my sugar, but thank you for taking my leg off because that was really painful before.
Yeah.
I feel so much better. This addict is so addicted to sugar. He just had a leg cut off, and he's thanking the doctor that cut his leg off and refusing help to not lose the other leg.
It's addiction.
Yeah. But that's seriously psychotic. Like, you would rather lose both your legs and stay on sugar.
Yeah.
It's insane.
It is.
Yeah.
And I mean, and then we sit here and go, well, I couldn't give up my, they gave it a cute name, or I couldn't give up my cupcake. I couldn't give up my muffin, my blueberry muffin. I couldn't give that up. I just need my, everybody's got one of those things.
And it's so dramatic too.
Look at everything else that they're giving up.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. They're giving up their life.
What's more important, that muffin that you're going to go eat, or your life that you can go out and actually enjoy yourself?
Yeah,
for sure.
Like they'll literally say, "I would die if I couldn't have my morning coffee. I would die if I couldn't have my cupcakes or my ice cream, or I would die if I couldn't have pizza." They're so over dramatic about it. It's just food.
It is.
It's
Yeah,
supposed
and
to give you the nutrients you need so that you can go outside and live your life.
Right. And we think that I would die without that food because it tastes so good. I like it so much. I don't like how this food tastes. The idea that our taste buds are some set in stone, like our taste buds are biological or inherited, by genes or whatever. It's silly.
Yeah.
Our taste buds just learn what we are eating, and if we get a certain response that the body likes from it, and
Exactly.
or when you get addicted to things like sugar, it's this a dopamine fix, and you're relieving cortisol and anxiety and stuff through this little cheat code that you're doing. But if you get rid of that and you start eating beef, and your body starts to heal, and your hormones start to heal and balance, and your brain chemistry gets better, well, you start to crave that thing, and your body wants that thing because now it has a positive response to it. So when I hear these people, these grown adults say, I can't eat that. I can't stand the taste of that. It's like you are going to have to take your medicine for a while and retrain your taste buds like an adult to do what's right for you so that you'll enjoy that later.
They have to have their something sweet with their meal. I mean, grow up. You're an adult. You're a grown ass adult. Like, geez. I mean, think about you got to weigh things up. Like, you really need to get your priorities right. If you're worried about things like cholesterol, rather than like dying in a car accident, for example, then you haven't done your risk analysis properly. Honestly,
Right.
and I mean, sticking to the standard Western diet, that's certain death. That's certain early death,
Slow.
not just slow, painful, and early death. Right? I
Absolutely.
mean, I thought I was doing everything right. I was following the guidelines and everything. That nearly killed me at 38.
Yep.
All right. That
Yep.
is that's just so wrong. Like that's like 80 years before it should happen.
Right. My brother died at 38,
Yeah.
Yeah, same
That's
thing.
just so wrong.
No, and that's why we've got to get the message out, and we got to tell them, no, the reason that sugar is all dressed in cutesy little pink and blue packages and marketed to children, and they're associated with cute little
Cereal.
cartoons,
Yeah.
and then
On the cereal box. Yep.
celebrating
Yeah.
holidays and Valentine's days and all these lovey-dovey little traditional. Oh, you got to have sugar with your Christmas. You got to have sugar with your Easter. You got to have sugar with your Valentine. Well, you got to have sugar with Thanksgiving. They do that whole thing to take away the ugliness and how much of a poison that stuff is, to hide that in there. And they get away with it because it kills you slowly. But it just like DC said, it is certain death. It is certain loss of life. It is certain disease.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it should have a skull and crossbones and a toxic, sign on it.
That'll never happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Too much money to be made off of it.
Right. But and then they put it in the store and they go, oh no, epidemiology studies. And we've done all these case epidemiology studies, and they all say that it's approved by the American Heart Association.
Well, the thing is that it worked. These lies, these fake studies worked, and I mean, they all learned from the tobacco industry. Who put out that they were the ones that funded more studies on tobacco than anyone.
Exactly.
And the sugar industry is the same. Look at Coca-Cola. That they fund more studies than any government in any country.
Exactly.
They fund, but they also fund all these influencers and all these other people too. These so-called doctors and whatnot.
Exactly.
People who are not doctors. They're academic. They get an academic qualification, usually by the post, and then they start sprouting crap they know nothing about. Yeah, but they get paid for it, so it's all good.
And they put up epidemiology studies. They put up peer-reviewed papers. They put them in the American, Heart Association, all these different journals. Then that's this big wall of propaganda that we, is fed to our entire medical system, so that our doctors learn from that, and they all get indoctrinated by that. And then they go out and go, oh no, we spent $250,000 in 8 years of our life to learn this genius science, and now
that's right.
And they go pump it down everybody's throat. Everybody gets sicker, and they never back up. They all just sit here. That's why I love Ken Berry so much, because he was like, I realized I was wrong and I was making these people sicker, and it wasn't working. And that's why I respect the hell out of that guy, because that's what anybody with a brain should be able to back up and go, hey, wait a minute. Am I doing something wrong, or is the information I was given bad? Because one of those two things, because if I don't believe those two things, that one of those two things is possible, then I'm just believing that every one of my patients is not doing what the direction that I'm giving them. Every one of my patients would rather be sick and dying than listen to me and following my instructions. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's what they all seem to think. That's why they bring it back to the self, you're not trying hard enough. You're just too addicted. You don't have willpower enough to do what I told you,
Yeah.
It's so silly.
Let's give you a couple of examples why, problem is, a lot of education is run by activists as well. And these are people that have been indoctrinated to never question the textbook. It's in the textbook. It's in the textbook. It has to be true. It's in the peer-reviewed papers. It has to be true. They make no real world observations. They can't think.
Right.
So they're just indoctrinated to follow the textbooks, follow these fake studies, and that's it. Any sort of real world observations is totally oblivious to them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, I believe it, and it just goes on, and it they put up so many false walls of propaganda that people are only willing to look back through one, maybe two,
Yeah.
if they even are really trying to dig deep, and they never get to the truth because there's so much propaganda out there. But that's where you don't it's like losing the forest for the trees type of thing, because all you got to do is back up and go, if all this great technology and all this great medicine and medical intervention we have is so great, why is everybody I know sick and fat and unhappy and depressed?
That's right.
Like,
Yeah.
why? You don't
Exactly.
have to be a rocket scientist to know that, 2 and 2 is not adding
Then
up.
they fall back on that same old BS that, oh, but we live longer now. Complete utter lie.
Totally. Complete and total
Yeah.
lie.
Yeah. We're all shorter, fatter, weaker, and sicker than 200 years ago.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And whatever life that was lost short back then, it wasn't from disease, it was from infection, or it's from elements, being exposure.
Well, a lot of it was like when they do when they state statistics like that, they include, like, it's an average age that works out, and a lot of people's or the highest mortality was childbirth and infants.
Right.
But once you made it to like 12 years old, the average age after 12 years old was quite high, in their 80s and 90s.
Right.
So but that age is getting lower and lower. So I mean, childhood fatality was quite high back in the day, but it is now too. It's still very high, and in fact, like today, the biggest killer, or the biggest age group to die of cancer in Australia are children under the age of 10 years old. Okay. And they die, there's like 5 times the rate of any other age group in Australia. There's 3 times more men die of cancer in Australia than women, but everything's pink, because it's all propaganda.
Wow.
Why is there so many foundations all about pink ribbon stuff instead of children?
Right.
Yeah.
Because then people start to question, why are the children dying? Why have these injections gone from, like, in the 70s they might have 3 to now they have 50,
Right.
by the time they're 5.
It's
So
got to be because of
what?
the. Well, I mean, what is that from? Is I would think it's some of the vaccines.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's from all these injections. Now they've got, like, before they get to 5 years old, they get like 50 different injections.
Yeah.
And then they wonder why the cancer mortality rate is up in children is so high. But they don't want people questioning that.
Right.
So it's sort of swept under the rug, And it's
Yeah.
something I saw a lot when when I first started treatment, and like that sort of wiped us out. So I was homeless. So I was when my wife came, we finally got my wife's visa. We were able to stay in the Leukemia Foundation. Most of the people staying there were children, for the families, for their children going through treatment, and they couldn't handle it. A lot of them just could not handle that treatment. It is brutal, and these children would die of infections. It's horrible. It really is.
And these are the worst crimes, I think, against humanity, and they go under under the radar, under this cloak of science.
Yeah, and like everyone said, if it's not on TV, it can't be true. But you look at the news, it's
Nothing you see on
completely
it.
garbage. Yeah,
They don't report
no
the
one-
news
no
no
one
more. They
mentions
don't. They don't report the truth no more on the news.
No, that's right. Yeah, and it's all fiction. It's like Hollywood. It's like watching Hollywood. So yeah. And that's just the way
Absolutely.
it is. So,
Let's
so that's
see
just the
here.
way people are. You know, they're taught or indoctrinated not to think in the real world. If it's not on TV, it's not real. It's not true. If it's not in the textbook, it's not true. If it's not in peer-reviewed paper, it's not true. You know, they don't see real world observations. Yeah.
Congratulations, Mark. And feed off of that, man. Keep making it, just don't worry about making it a year or 5 years or whatever. Just worry about tomorrow. Worry about
Right.
your next
One
meal.
day at a time. That's right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And these numbers will get big. You'll get stronger.
Yeah.
These addictions lose their
Correct.
stronghold.
Yep.
And you just concentrate on eating through it. Get the fat in, get the beef in, and just eat through it. And before you know it, man, you won't. That monkey will be off your back. I literally, me and Lindy were talking about this because a lot of people say once an addict, always an addict. Like I really don't know how I feel about that because I don't feel like I'm a sugar addict anymore. I do not have a single
Yeah.
inclination to have sugar anymore. None.
Yeah.
My
You know?
relationship with food has definitely changed over the last 2 years. I was an addict, but now I think I can moderate not everything, but there are certain foods I could eat and just once and then get back on track. It's like
Yeah.
not a big deal anymore.
And so you
Yeah.
just lose the taste for it, don't you? You just,
Mhm.
Yeah.
you just have no desire to even try it because
It don't.
it's
The stuff don't taste the same no more. It's too
no,
sweet.
that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it makes you feel you like beforehand. You're just used to feeling like crap. But
Right.
if you try it now and you actually notice the difference, okay, wow, okay, this makes me feel so bad. There's no way I want to try this again.
Yeah, terrible. Terrible.
Mm.
I mean, something as little as black pepper, you know, like that's so stupid that can ruin my day. But black pepper will make me feel like I just caught a cold virus for 2 days if I have it.
Yeah,
And
Crazy.
most of the time, I wasn't eating for hunger. It was just more habit, comfort eating. So you would eat it and it just sort of numbs your thoughts or the pain or whatever. But I don't need to do that anymore. Comfort eating isn't part of my world anymore. So
yeah,
I just eat, basically just have my meal and then switch off and then go and do what I have to do. If something happens, life happens, things happen. You think about what are my choices and then you make a better choice than what I used to do in the past. Like
Yeah.
comfort food is not even on the table anymore. So
yeah. Like it's an entertainment, and you get boredom. You get bored. Oh, let's have something to eat. Yeah,
For sure.
mm,
For me, it was always some of the board stuff and all that stuff too, but it was always the anxiety. Like I was
yeah,
always just riddled with like this anxiety of not knowing what to do. I needed something like you just couldn't be still. You couldn't be idle.
no,
Like whatever that was would eat you alive, you know?
yeah,
You always had to have a distraction and a stimulus, right?
yeah,
yeah,
To feed it. And I don't know what that was, but that's what I swear that's gone. And when that died, all these addictive things, the caffeine, the gambling, the sugar, the eating, all having to feel full, having to feel an like I don't need any of that anymore. I don't need any of those things, you know?
yeah,
And so I'm like, I don't think I'm an addict to anything. If I'm an addict to anything right now, I think the only thing I got to work on is that I check my phone too often for emails and notifications and stuff. That's the next thing I got to stop doing is worrying about what my phone says. But that's like the last thing I do to probably an unhealthy level, you know?
yeah. Like social media is very addictive too. So yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it
another
is.
thing.
It is. Well, and I don't know about you guys, but when I started doing YouTube and stuff, I started so many accounts between Instagram, Facebook, and the emails and all. There's
Yeah,
always
all of it.
something clicking up now.
It's extremely
yeah,
time consuming.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
But anything can be a habit too. Even drinking water, not so much because you need it, but because it's habit. You think,
Have
Mm.
fun.
okay, let's have a drink of water, sort of thing. That is something I'm still working on, actually trying to get my water level down a bit. But
Same here.
it's a habit.
I was drinking 2.5 gallons a day These big
Wow.
gallon pitchers. I was drinking
Yeah.
2.5 of those because just as I would take something like chewing, caffeine, food,
Yeah.
snacks, I would fill it with water. That was just my natural thing. And so that's why I started doing the dry fast, try to
Yeah.
get that under control. And that did help. I'm down to about a gallon to maybe a gallon and a quarter a day. So I'm less than half, you know.
Yeah.
Mm.
Mm.
So I don't drink enough, and that's why my daughter bought me a cup of tea because she's, probably, Mum, you haven't had anything to drink. It's like I get a bit lightheaded sometimes because I'm dehydrated, but I just get
Yeah.
so busy. I get too involved with my work, and I don't stop. I think, oh, after I do this task, I'll go and grab a drink, but I just keep extending it, and then I
Yeah.
could go all day and not have a drink. So
Yeah.
yeah,
That's kind of the opposite effect to me.
it
But
is.
you really, yeah. I mean, you need to drink water. So don't,
I
although I
know.
will say
Yeah,
don't drink too much, but you need to get at least some water in.
No,
exactly. Yeah.
but again, I think I told you earlier, I really like, Dr. Kilt's take on that our body likes a balancing act not to be balanced. I think it does like stressors. It likes always, whether it be a fast or whether it be exercise, whether it be a cold plunge or a sauna, your body does kind of like extremes so that it can try to strengthen that other side to pull you back and always keep you balanced. It's like it's always some sort of conditioning that our bodies seem to like the conditioning exercises.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right. Mm.
Keeps
Yeah,
you tough.
it does. And so I'm kind of, well, it's kind of fun because when you get comfortable with that, then you get comfortable with the conditioning too. You get comfortable, you know, with almost the seasons of, of like, it's like a seasonal change in diet. It's like, the fasting's good until you did too much of it. And then the feasting's good until you did too much of it. The exercise good, but you also need a rest. It's kind of this back and forth. And it makes it fun though, because there's always something that can give you that little upper and it kind of make your body feel better, and sometimes it's weird that my body now craves being sore. My body craves sore muscles from lifting the dumbbells. You know what I mean?
Well,
That's a weird kind of
your
feel
body
good.
craves movement. It needs
Yeah.
movement. We are built to move. That's why
Yeah.
you'll see so many carnivores, and they've never thought about exercising before in their life, but all of a sudden they feel good. They're
Mhm.
compelled to move. They're compelled to go out and do sprints or go for a walk or just get outside and move, because we are
Exactly.
built to move. Because we need that movement to push that lymph fluid around, to create hormones and everything else. So that's, I mean, beforehand, yeah, all these um, instincts of movement are shut off because of the crap food that we're eating.
For
Mm.
sure.
And it's a real struggle to move.
It is. Was, but not
Was,
anymore. And
yeah.
that's what me
Yeah.
and Lindy were talking about too. Like, I don't post videos of me working out right now because I don't want people where I was. Like, if I like, I'm not gonna lie, when I was stuck in that chair and sick, when I saw people lifting weights and they're like, let me show you how to lose weight, and they're lifting weights, I just clicked off. I'm like, I
Right.
can't get to the bathroom.
Yeah, you
So
can't do that.
I gotta find something else that's gonna work, right?
Yeah.
But so I don't put videos out. I've thought about videoing, simple workouts or whatever, because some people are asking if I'm doing anything. But like, honestly, I didn't lose the weight working out. I healed my body and now my body wants to work out. So it's like a gift or a bonus that I'm working out. It wasn't the catalyst of being healthy. It's a benefit of being healthy that I get to be active, and it makes you more healthy for sure,
Yeah.
you know.
It
But
does.
Yeah. But when you're in pain, the last thing you can think of is trying to get on a treadmill or do any kind of walking. And
Yeah.
like, we talked when the very first conversation we had, Todd and I were talking about being on the treadmill, and we'd be trying to walk and the mat was slipping under our feet because we were too heavy for the
the
treadmill.
tread
I
skip
was
on
like,
the rollers.
yeah, I was like,
Yeah.
we're trying, and that just wasn't happening. We were too big
Oh,
for
and
the
and like
equipment.
that's why we did this thing, because when Lindy said, I was sure I was the only one on the planet that's ever skipped a treadmill, the treads off a treadmill, and she
Yeah.
recognized. I'm like, this is what people need to hear that are stuck like us, because this stuff really happens. These are the actual struggles of people in our shoes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Uh,
that was hard work. We couldn't do it. But now, look, I'm jumping on a treadmill and, jumping on the rebounder now, and I'm actually doing stuff and I'm enjoying it. I
Well, that
never
and you're
enjoyed any
working
of
all
that.
the time. You're
Right.
always going to your daughter's
Yeah.
at 2 a.m. to get the flowers, and you're working all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. But
that's how it
I
works.
was sick before. I was sick. I'm not sick
It
anymore.
feels good. It feels good to move.
It
Yeah.
feels great to move.
Yeah, it does. And if you've been stuck, when you've been stuck in bed for so long, in pain, especially, that any kind of movement just hurts. To get any kind of movement back without pain, it feels incredible. It's so
Feels like
Life-changing.
freedom. It feels like a second chance.
It does.
You
Yes.
know?
Yeah.
And I
It really is
wonder
liberating.
how much of that is important to people's whys, because when I'm having a hard time with people that can't seem to get over the hump, and to get enough days lined up without falling off the wagon, that's what I really am struggling with. Like, is that why? Was what does that? My prayer would be that everybody doesn't have to get to that rock bottom miserable place, because it sucks,
Yeah.
and it would be nice to catch them before they had lymphedema or nerve damage, or those things. But I wonder, there seems to be a very stubborn place that you have to get to a point to get over to where the addiction, where it's harder to be sick than even to try to quit the addiction. Like the
Yeah.
breaking the sugar addiction is actually easier than continuing to be that miserable and sick,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. It would be good.
I'd love to figure out how to. That's why I say I want that point of view gun and say, no, this is what I'm talking about. This is the freedom that you really have. This is how you can feel,
Yeah. Exactly.
Mm. It's always that mentality that it will never happen to me. That just everyone feels invincible, and then any little discomfort, oh, I'm just getting old. You just dismiss it. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Anybody thinking that, I would beg them to take a step back and look around you and look how it's happened to everybody else around you within a certain
Yeah.
age. Everybody else
Yeah.
around you is deteriorating and dying and is sick if you really look close,
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I thought it was the same too. I thought I was just getting old. I was 38, so I was slowing down a bit. I wasn't as fast as the 20-year-olds as I was racing against, and I thinking, oh well, it's just getting old.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't that at all. So you just got to be, I don't know. It's sometimes you sort of need to have your eyes opened. Um, but that's because of the fog that's around the world. Like, I'm not talking about brain fog. I'm talking about everything
Yeah.
around us is geared like to show us that life is supposed to be this way. We just grow accustomed to the fact that we're brought up to believe, okay, you just get old and die, and you get older, you get sick, you get older, you get slow, and all this sort of stuff. But it's not true, and we're just at that point where we think it's normal, and it's very far from normal. As a species, we're very far from normal.
for sure. Yeah, I mean, if we just live like nature around us and we just eat what we're supposed to eat and we don't get wrapped up in all this worry and all this nonsense. I mean, the birds don't sit here and worry about global.
No, that's right.
Mm.
They don't
We're
worry
the
about
stupid
elections.
ones.
Yeah, for sure.
That's right. Yeah, we're
Yeah.
smart enough to think we can, or we're smart enough to create our own food and stupid enough to eat it.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, Louis C.K. had that joke that was so funny where he was like, what did he say? He goes, did you put chocolate on that pig? And he's like, God comes down. He's like, did you put chocolate on that pig? He's like, yeah. And he's like, why? I put food right here on the floor. The food is literally on the floor. You just pick it up and eat it. Why'd you do it? Well, because I wanted it wrapped in bacon. Like, could you imagine if God came down? Did you put chocolate on that pig? Here's a question for you, DC.
No, actually, I was sick before that happened. I was having the same symptoms beforehand. All that did was just put my health issues on the back burner because we were just trying to survive that at the time. So we had to find food and water and shelter and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah, I mean, I was sick beforehand though, and yeah, I mean, stress-wise might have contributed, might have sped things up a bit, but I don't know. I was sick, yeah, for quite some time before that though.
Well, I don't know. The real question is, knowing what you know now and as good as you feel now, would you do it again? Would you, or would you rather still be eating the sad diet but not have gone through it?
Well, I mean, and like, if it was true that it's calories are calories sort of thing, all that BS, and it didn't matter what you ate, I mean, yeah, it'd be great. I'd live on ice cream,
Right.
yeah. That's all I'd eat: breakfast, lunch, and dinner, like, and every snack in between.
Mhm.
But it's not like that, and like we are. We have the perfect food for our species here, all around us. There's cattle and animals, sheep and all the rest of it. These ruminant animals. We don't need to make our own food, and these foods regenerate the planet. They give us topsoil and everything else. It is a perfect ecosystem if we just get out of its way and stop trying to produce these chemicals from plants and whatnot and make these processed foods that obviously just kill us slowly. Yeah, I mean, but of course, ice cream is delicious. Who wouldn't want to live on ice cream? But it's all just a lie. So.
Yeah, that's what I was saying too. I think it's better to, some people get away with it for a while,
You'll
and
get
some
away with
people
it for
don't.
a while, yeah, but eventually it will catch up with you. It will.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's not a matter of if; it's a matter of when.
When?
for sure. And how, like, what's your
Yeah.
symptom going to be? I used to think that, oh man, this sucks. Obesity sucks, but I'm starting to think it's a blessing because I think if you're as metabolically sick as we were, and you don't get fat, well, then you get cancer or you get metabolic disease. Like you get, it manifests in a worse way.
Yeah. Mm.
I really have been
Yeah,
thinking
that's
that
right.
lately.
Yeah. I mean, I was very active myself, and I was very lean at the time. But that in itself is, I mean, the tumor that grew so big. That's why my kidneys were failing, because they were sitting on it. This tumor was sitting on both of my kidneys.
Wow.
So it was like there was just one. It was actually wrapped around my aorta. So it was so big. My body was so small, and it just crushed both my everything underneath it. So even my bladder had trouble. So it was it's just the way it manifested. I thought I was fit, but I was doing everything right. But the fact is, I was malnourished because I was on lean meat. I only ate chicken breast and vegetables and a bit of rice here and there. That's the only thing that I would fluctuate was my rice. So you get what they call rabbit starvation, protein poisoning and that sort of stuff. So, and it's just basically what that is just a lack of nutrition. I didn't have any fats because the education is low fat. Keep your cholesterol low, keep your fat intake low.
That was, huh?
And all that does is kill you.
Yeah, it does. It's amazing. And, I can't help but think, especially working with, Carrie and Adam and stuff with all the mental, illnesses, but I can't help but think that all this, attention deficit stuff that kids are going through in school and depression and
Absolutely.
anxiety,
All
it's all,
types of it. Yep.
it's all the fat in the
Yeah.
diet.
It's all the crap in the diet. It's the sugars, the seed oils, and things like that. That's why we'd never had ADHD or
No, before.
any of these dyslexia and all these other things that along the way, like hundreds of years ago.
Right. Look how they manipulate it. They're like, oh, we have a mental illness problem, so let's get rid of guns. It's like, how about we get rid of seed oils?
Yeah.
How about we
Yeah.
get rid of sugar and seed oils and watch how everybody chills the hell out?
Yeah.
Mental illness goes away in this country or the
And
world.
the Church of Vegana.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
These problems, they create it, and then they're like, oh, we can use that to fear monger this other
Yeah.
agenda over here and this agenda over here, and we can control this thing,
Yeah, that's right.
But
Yeah.
thank God,
They
I
say
do
it's all
think
about
people
money,
listen.
but basically, it's mostly it's all about control. Money is just they printed money anytime they want, so it's not really about money. It's about control, and you control a population by keeping it small.
Yep.
You
Yeah,
don't.
well,
You don't let it
small
get
and
out of
dependent. Small,
small
dependent,
and
and sick.
dependent.
Yeah.
That's right. You keep them small, keep the population small, keep it dependent and sick, and you'll always have control. Keep them
Yeah.
fighting each other.
Look what they're doing to men too. They're going after toxic masculinity. They're going after testosterone, and they're trying to confuse the genders. Tell me that that's because they don't want a lot of strong-willed men that are willing to die for something they believe in.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Crazy. But what a good run. But it's been 4 hours and 20 minutes. We are on one, I reckon. But man, it was fun talking with you guys. And we'll see you next week. There's a lot of fun stuff coming up. Well, I don't know. We'll save it for the next one, but there's a lot of fun stuff coming up. I'm pretty excited about all you guys. And I got to get with you. I've been meaning to answer your email, DC, but I've been swamped at work. But we should do that an interview or something together too, or
that'd be great, man.
whatever you want to do for sure.
Yeah.
So and that goes for you too, Michael. We're gonna do a story one of these days. People are asking about you. We got to get your
Get the story out there.
And they need to ask questions here. Where I'm at.
Yeah.
Well, right on.
Yeah, just shoot me an email, because I'd love to interview you and get your story as well.
Yeah, for sure. Well, and like I'm a month behind. We had a crazy workload here at our office, but I'm a month behind on doing interviews. So yeah, I definitely want to get your interview too. And me and Lindy are gonna start doing some interviews together too, and just getting them out there. We're behind. We're not. I know we look like professional YouTubers, but it's actually not so.
We are really completely organized. One of us is anyway. Oh, good. Thank you so much for joining us, DC, and thanks to everyone else.
Yeah, it's good to see you guys.
Thank you all.
Take care. You have a great day.
Take care, guys.
We'll see you guys.
You too.
See ya.
Bye.
See ya.